Yay, I get to continue my favorite suffering simulator. Not even necessarily continuing, just more so me being able to come back to it. Okay, hopefully that doesn't sound too bad. Yay. Okay. It's not gonna be that bad. It can't be that bad. Because I still should remember most of the abnos and stuff in it. But we're gonna see, I guess. See if my dithering memory is enough to beat this game again. Welcome! Because that's a very fun start. That's just gonna be a really good tone setter for the rest of the stream. So, for complete clarity, for people who don't know, just by looking at this screen, this is the 100% complete screen. It's your reward. Congratulations. Abnormality, dissolution, 100%. Barring one caveat. There is one abnormality I've not encountered in the game. Not directly. It is the only one that isn't factored into that 100%. I have not fought either of the two super bosses. And that is largely why I'm walking to a first playthrough. Well, if I was doing another first playthrough, that would be such a nightmare. But thank you. Aw, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of like preface like at the start of this stream that I had done this like 100% before. Which means all the seeds of light, all the days. I have all the dialogues. But it has been a while since I played this. And I kind of want to see... I want to see what happens if I can just start from another first day. Just like see if I can still, I guess, retain enough that I can make it relatively far without having to reset multiple times. Even though technically a lot of the... One said hundreds of good deeds. Played Runa and didn't play this one yet. Want to experience the story. It is... It's a fun experience, I'll say. Relatively speaking. I can consider... Well, no, it wasn't even fun when I did it. This is probably the only game that's made me suffer more than Pathologic. Whereas that one was very... Well, no, because both games are very knowledge-driven. But Pathologic 2 doesn't have 2 boss fights that took me multiple days. But that's beside the point. But I also did kind of want to go back to this because of Kanto 9 coming soon. I do feel a bit raw having played Runa first. Well, the story is so good and spoilers so much of this one. Runa is generally like the easier one to get into. Genuinely, because there's a lot of very specific thing that keeps happening in this. I have a feeling that I'm gonna be seeing day one a couple times again. Which is also why that doesn't matter. It does have a very classical VN. It feels weird saying classical VN, but it reminds me of like, what was it? Oh my god. It's just like the very early, I want to say mid-aughts kind of like internet VN. Until you get to the actual gameplay parts. Hi Effie. But yeah, Runa, if I were to recommend anybody to play any of the games, my first bet would be Runa. My first offer would be Runa. Because there's some interesting later scenarios, I'll say, that just make the thing very unfun for anybody who's kind of going into it for the first time. I'll keep things relatively simple. Mostly so I can remember how I do a bunch of things. Once in 100 of good deeds. I'll give you insight training. But yeah, that's also kind of part of a downside because Runa is a direct sequel, like immediately after, which means that there's not really much that they can kind of obscure. Because there are definitely a lot of things that happened on my first playthrough of this, because I got very fortunate, which is funny to say about a suffering simulator. But I got very fortunate in that I knew of Lobotomy Corp first before Runa, and I knew so little about Runa that I was able to go into it perfectly unspoiled, like immediately after I finished this. And yeah, no, the slow, I want to say the slow boil of everything going on in the story is what made me super. It really helped a lot. It also helped a lot kind of going through the game and not knowing about some of these. Not that it made the game better or anything, but more so that it was a very fun experience learning about these bullets. Learning about the different bullets, getting my rabbits button, and just getting better at being able to manage the facility. But that's all relative due to open can of well cheers, punishing bird. I want the well cheers. I want the well cheers, but I also want punishing bird. I'll take punishing bird. As long as Angela's eyes are closed, they do not matter. Also, as difficult as Runa can get, and as difficult as Runa can be, there is not a sudden, I want to say, no, there's not a sudden graphical demand on you. Because once you start getting lower and lower and lower into the facility, you have to scroll out all the way to like max view for good, I want to say most of your time kind of like doing anything. And what that means is that there's not exactly, the specs surprisingly climb quickly, I will say. The specs surprisingly climb quickly the further you get down into L Corp, the more facilities you have open up, the more abnormalities that are being worked with and that have different effects and different things, it stacks surprisingly quickly. And that is before a lot of the much later things happen. I forgot what you like. I think it's insight. It starts becoming demanding on your computer. Like there's a very common complaint in the Steam reviews that a lot of people's, I think it was memory. It was either memory or something else. Suddenly demand jumped up drastically as they're getting closer and closer towards the end. And there are some people who just outright couldn't finish the game because there was too much stuff that was constantly going on that they needed to I just saw that agent take damage from Punishing Bird. There's too much that their computer kind of needed to handle at the same time, and it really sucks because there's one of the most graphically intense days comes in at like I think it's 47 and 48 are like very graphically intense. And then the last day, on day 50, there's also something that happens that the game hadn't done before, and it's naturally kind of I want to say confusing for players. But then also you're just making your computer stress out all the more, like right at the end, making it very hard for some people to literally just finish the game. Runa is not only a more accessible game, it does not lie to you about the graphic specs or the stat requirements for it. Because Lobotomy Corp is honest until Scorch Girl, Today's Shied Luck, or Old Lady. I don't want to deal with Shylock. Just because I'm thinking later on, I don't want to deal with pausing the game so frequently already. So, basically, this game is an SCP management simulator. What L-Corp actually does, that is story and stuff for later. But for right now, these little nuggets need to take care of these monsters. Taking care of them means different things. How well you take care of them determines how many of those little energy boxes that we get that fuel the city. But each one of these have kind of like their own needs and wants. They're like little pets. And some of them bite very hard. Or some of them just peck at you a lot. You like attachment work? Okay. I think Scorchkull liked attachment? No. Give her insight. This dude once done hundreds of good deeds. Chill guy. You can talk to him generally about anything, you'll be fine. This little bird. Little bastard, but also not too bad. Poor lonely girl. The more that you research them, you not only get better ideas about managing them, You'll figure out what specifically best, like what practices are best used on them. Because also depending on the work that the characters that the little nuggets do, it impacts each of these stats. Fortitude, prudence, temperance, justice. Basically, you can remember this as physical health, mental health. I believe temperance was like a little bit of both, but that mostly improves your work success rate and then walk speed, and that justice is your attack speed and move speed. Justice is the hardest stat to train, depending on which abnormalities you have in the facility at different times. Also, sometimes you might not want your stats too high. For instance, one sin and hundreds of good deeds. Generally, if somebody is at level 1 for all these stats, he can train you pretty well for attachment. He can also train you pretty well for insight. But instinct and repression work will be kind of low. They're relatively common, and once they get too high, then they start turning negative, where this will fail more, this will fail more, but attachment goes up, and then insight kind of goes back to like a middle. So, what that actually means is that he is very good for training your very early units. As in, yes, attachment and insight can be very helpful. Attachment basically is your work success rate, how often that'll like succeed. So you can train that up for anybody and then move them to whatever department needs whatever. Insight, also really good at teaching people, training people to increase their sanity and their SP. Not really good for the physical stat, but he can train the combat stat, although only for like about the first 2 levels. Then he starts giving more negative boxes, which means a slower day. On top of also working with the abnormalities, some of them have a chance of giving you an ego gift. What they mean is basically little trinkets that your little nuggets can get that give them additional stats, basically accessories. And you can effectively stack them. I don't remember if there's really a limit, but you can stack them continuously. She likes insight work. These little counters are also called the Clyphot counters. Oh, right, because I'm in the thing. Because I have certain things, it's not going to go down as much. Basically, aside from you, and a couple of others, these abnormalities will try to escape. If you do something specific, there's a chance for one of these things on any of the containers to go down by 1 or 2, or sometimes drop entirely. Very fun. And if that hits 0, typically, the abnormality will attempt to escape. If they escape, it means they run around. Some of them you have to suppress. Some of them you're better just kind of letting them do what they want, and then they'll eventually go back to their cage. Punishing Bird is one of those cases where if he gets mad, he starts flying around pecking people. It's genuinely better just to let him peck at people, don't worry about it, and then he'll go back to his cell in like a little bit. Like, not that big of a deal. Don't hit him. Punishing Bird gets out when Punishing Bird wants to, and they will go back when they want to. We got the instruction manual, so I'm sure I'll understand eventually. It's a lot to take in. It's a lot to take in, and I have a couple of upgrades that are helping me keep certain things safe. I don't like any of these. Well, you must be happy just because it's the funny one. While you're also dealing It's its own discipline. And like, it takes so much. It takes a while. It takes a while, and you're trying to make it to day 50. But then after every 3 normal abnormalities, depending, you can do certain things that makes it a little bit confusing. You can get cool little machines that help you. So everybody goes about their day normally. I don't really need to worry about too much. Hopefully. I will let Punishing Bird do what Punishing Bird wants to do. You must be happy. It is a machine. Let's bring... I think these two are fine. Let's bring these two down here. So yeah, everybody's going with the... What did you do? Everyone's doing their day. Also, you get the upgrade to pause time to play, and then also to speed things up. For right now, since there's not a lot going on, you can speed up and it'll be safe. Let's do you. So, the You Must Be Happy machine. It is a very interesting tool. It will shuffle around this unit's stats, but it does it in proportion to how long this has been rolling. So now the character is likely to going to get either a massive stat increase or a massive stat decrease, depending on when I end usage and if I hit either a yes or a no. Essentially, it's kind of like a gambling. It's kind of like gambling to rolling for the character's stats. But you just think, oh, what if I can just pause it? The machine will automatically end use when time is paused regardless. So now this guy just got a whole bunch of extra stats. So then you'd be thinking, okay, why would I never just not keep using this then? Like, if it gave one guy a bunch of stats, why would I ever stop using it for everybody else? Like, it's just free stats. Somebody else there. Send you to deal with that. Whoops, that one was unlucky. Thank you for the follow, Josiah. Oh my god, yeah, all of his stats are now down into, like, level 1 tier. I was about to say all customers are welcome to the atelier. Let me... There we go. Okay, so now he has a bunch of negative stats. So, let me send him in again to fix it. And... okay, his stats are fixed, but they weren't as big as they were in the first time. That can't be right, so I want to fix it again. Composed Analyst. Very interesting first name. Stats are up. Alright, so do it again. As long as she's fine. Right now she's the only actual dangerous thing in here. Lost stats again. I can fix this if I just keep gambling. Oh, it's fairly low activity. It's not like there's nobody ever doing anything in there. We do have like community fighting game nights. But generally it's a very small type of cozy community. Ah. It said no, and then killed him. I wonder why it did that. Last fight night was Strive. I know that we have a couple of other fighting games that people have, and we're currently trying to figure out what other games people have so that we can make up for, just try for like different games and different fight nights. So when an employee uses the machine, they will experience an increase in all their stats. The stats will increase greater the longer the machine is used. Be sure to stop the machine only when the display is yes. If the stop bell on no, all the stats will drop as much as they were due to increase. The increased stats will return to normal the next day. However, employees who have gained more than 200 points in their stats will vanish the next day. Plays Blue absolutely rings a bell. I have Central Fiction and Cross Tag Battle. Actually been wanting to practice a little bit more Susanoo. So this is also something. Hey, my favorite employee who got 200 bonus stats the entire day, why didn't they show up for work the next day? Because they just vanish. Also, there once was an incident where an employee who used the machine for 5 times or more in a single day exploded on the spot. So you can't use it. As in, you can't use it to increase your stats beyond 200. Because doing that will cause an employee to disappear. And if one employee uses it too many times, they will just die during the day. So you have to be careful. There's nothing wrong with the hesitation. The Discord is not a mandatory thing, it's just a thing for people to hang out in and sometimes do a couple polls in. And then the last day typically doesn't have you dealing with any additional abnormality. Because roughly you need to spend 5 days in each department to... Good, you came, Ball. Generally speaking, you need about 5 days in each department, and then you can open up the next one. So what a lot of gameplay ends up turning into is just looking at this. You go where you send people where they're needed, you work on their stats, and it's typically fairly slow days. But that is the start. When things thankfully aren't super serious. And we don't need to worry about this right now. And also the days are so relatively quick that I don't need to worry about dealing with an ordeal for right now. So generally, like the first couple days, very low stress. Like your employees will take a little bit of damage on some failed boxes. Like this one's taking a few hits, but they go back to the main room, and every time that this thing hits the end point, everybody in here heals. So it's really not that big of a deal. As long as you're giving some people like a chance to heal, as long as you're giving some people, like rotating some people in and out while they're healing, there's not really much to worry about, especially while you're on Malkuth's floor. not really a lot needs to happen. And while you're doing this, whatever excess boxes or unique boxes that you make per abnormality, you can use them to get ego gear. So you would need a certain amount of boxes to make this weapon, then the armor. The armor reduces damage from red, but is weak to black damage, and then is very vulnerable to pale damage. So what this usually means, what's a good example? Punishing Bird does red damage on fail. Like, you can see the work damage here, so they take red. So, because this guy's armor, they take slightly less damage from red, which means I can send you in to do common work. And even though if it might not be the best thing, and he's taking a little bit of damage, he is still reducing the damage taken because of the armor he's wearing. So armor is useful not only in combat, but also when dealing with different abnormalities. Because there's going to be some abnormalities that prefer you doing like okay and alright instead of great responses, which means that some of your units might take a little bit of damage. And if they just get very unlucky, they could just explode on the spot. Fragmented Universe, Beauty and the Beast. I hate this one. Fragmented Universe, I'll keep you. As you are aware, there are numerous employees working for a company. The majority of them would like to know about you as a person. Some will take the initiative and attempt to approach you first. It's rather funny knowing who you are will not do anything to improve their odds. There are no regulations to prevent them from coming all the way to your office to interact with you face to face, unfortunately. It seems someone who set those rules in place did not consider situations like this. And I suppose this may be a good opportunity for you to show them that you are generous and caring enough to have chit-chats with your subordinates. Words tend to travel faster than you think. I will not stop you from meeting with someone if there are employees who wish to visit you. Please keep in mind that you do not have to do everything they ask of you. Simply thank them for their effort. Tell them you hope that they will keep up the good work. That will benefit both parties, don't you think? Are you still following me? What we need is a gesture of goodwill and nothing more. Do not go overboard and listen to whatever nonsense they have to say. Give them a vending machine, and next they'll come knocking demanding a bar. I expect you to make the right decision. And then, you start interacting with the rest of the Sephiroth. It's a very kind boss. Just say, I don't care about your problems, but thank you for your efforts. Thank you, Angela. So, another thing I'll also mention. You do not get this amount of lot points very, readily. Also, you've been noticing that hiring a nugget means that it takes 1 lot point to begin with. So typically, you get more lot points the better that you perform, and on top of that, because you're saving lot points, since you can use them to increase stats on your party members, on the little nuggets, you're actually, one of the real things that you end up doing is that you start training units. So when you go back to day 1, you're going to be doing that a lot. With control team, you're planning, okay, I'm going to want somebody who has this, like, these high stats. So then you grab one person, you train them on that with 1 sin, 100 of good deeds, then you train them on whatever other abnormalities you get. Any additional hires that you can offer, you start training them in specific things, Then when more departments open up, you start transferring people. Because some of the people in these places working with these abnormalities will start getting ego gifts. And those ego gifts, while not a lot, they're very small, and sometimes those small little benefits can really help. Like the +2 SP and then work success rate plus 10% with the corresponding abnormality. Nice for somebody who's going to stay in there, but that +2 SP, not bad if somebody's going to be working with something that also impacts your sanity. A friend recently started playing this and asked me to choose the customizations for new hire be named after me. Fast I'll die. You'll always be remembered. Technically, your death will not be in vain, because you will be learning, or at least they'll be learning, what they should be doing. So now I have a second department. All because these units are here does not mean that they cannot be selected for work in other departments. It just means getting to them is going to be longer. Because this one's from here, so this is typically their home base. So they're going up through here, going down, and then walking in here. Remember to not die in vain. Not even have to doubt I'll die. You just get used to some things when you're working with this company. Very unfortunately. And it's not even like it would be intentional or that there's any malice in it. It's just that sometimes it happens. Sometimes bad things just happen, and you don't get to control it. It's nothing against you. We love the company. We love the company. Oh, I am dealing with an ordeal. That's... Oh, Scorch Girl, please. This is fine. Yeah, this is good for now. This is fine. Basically, these ordeals, they're determined both by the company, they're determined both by the color and the, phase. That's not good. When did your Clyphot go down? That sucks. Yeah. I'm going to need to just drag everybody down here. Yeah, so, Clyphot hit 0. Yeah, no, you need to go back in. Please go back in. Okay. That could have been worse if they had a lot worse strats. But yeah, no. You're gonna sit in there then, because I don't want to deal with that. I don't know why you got all upset. Basically, yeah, there's, what was it? It's dawn, noon, dusk, and midnight. don't get to midnight. Just don't get to midnight. It's not worth it. Basically the ordeals will progress as you kind of go through your day. After completion with a certain number of abnormalities, this box will fill. Once they fill to a certain amount, either an event will trigger that requires you to work with a specific abnormality, or the Clifoth counters will decrease by 1. Or once you've worked with a certain number of abnormalities, like the second that I send a unit to work with another, this box will fill, and the Ordeal of Red Dawn will start. What those ones are means different things, mean different things. This one, if I remember, is just the clowns, which means I need to make sure that I have people ready in different departments to get rid of whatever clown shows up in a hallway. Because the clowns will sit outside the doors, they'll be annoying, and they'll try to lower the Clifoth counter. So let me send that person in. Dawn of Crimson. So, this one. I don't want you messing with him. You also here, please do not let Scorch Girl out. I could have sworn there was another clown somewhere. I could have sworn, but if I'm wrong, then whatever. You want to get rid of them. Yeah, because this one's messing with the door. And this is also why... This is why giving your nuggets good weapons is also important. Because some of these things endure red damage. Or they'll endure a type of damage... That's not good. Or they'll endure a type of damage that your weapons deal, which makes it very annoying dealing with them. Please don't let Punishing Bird out. And the ordeal is not finished until until it's dealt with. And then once you do it, you get a plus 10% to your energy quota. So the more that you can do them, the more efficiently you can do them, the faster you can get on not only with your workday, but you can also send employees to work with abnormalities instead of fighting the other abnormalities, so that you can also progress your day and get more. Fairy Festival, Child of the Galaxy, you're bald. Your bald's better. Plus, I already have a guy who's bald, so it's fine. This is also continuing into why the ego gift and the ego gear stuff is very important. I also do kind of want to explain this because this menu can be very confusing for no reason. You have to click on the character and then click on the spot. And then also the weapon as well. She has a Zane. She has Penance. You typically also don't want... You typically also want to make sure that you have a little bit of a spread. Like, Penitence is really good for general... Like, you endure slightly a little bit of everything. But depending on the ego gear you extract, they'll have better weaknesses, they'll have certain things that they're better against, certain things that they're weaker against, and that's why kind of fitting out one department with only one set of gear isn't necessarily the best, because that Ordeal of Red Dawn, it endured red damage. And there are also certain abnormalities that'll deal a certain amount of damage. So like, this is when you start making, it's not like immediately, but you can see it here. This red part is the weapon. This one now deals white damage. This one is a gun that deals red damage. Where did you get that? When did you get that? And the stick does red damage, so that's standard. So for those clowns, they didn't really attack, so the armor doesn't matter. But it does matter for the work that they're doing. There's not really anything dealing pale damage, so this is good general armor. And they also have something that's white damage, so it's not going to get endured by the clowns. This person can also benefit from this. This person can also benefit from this. But one, I don't know how you have this weapon, but whatever. But let's say that there was a ordeal that did something else. Say that it wasn't the clowns. Then you wouldn't want to double up specifically only on white damage or only on red damage. So that's why even if some people might use the same gear, the same ego suit, you can switch up the weapons that they have so that you have a little bit more variety. Because this weapon also just generally does more damage than your normal riot stick. This does 5 to 7, whereas this stick does 4 to 6. So not useless. It can still do red physical damage. So like if that's something that you kind of need, then you can do that. This one's dealing with Child of the Universe. I'm also just gonna give you your bad stuff. Your health doesn't give a weapon. So I'll at least give you a gun. And this is also why working with different abnormalities is also really helpful. Because they'll give you different stats. Because these will give you either different stats or different gear entirely. And some of these also heal SP plus 10 with a 5% chance upon receiving red or black damage. Some of them have additional just stats. Some of them have also additional stats depending on and depending on the ego gift, it could give them additional like bonus stats. But that's more for the later ones. That's also why some of this gear has prerequisites. Like some of it say none, so that's just generally good to be equipped by anybody. This one has bald, so only Nox can put that one on. Generally, weapons won't really have it. Well, no, some weapons do have certain requirements. But that's good for now. What do you mean? He doesn't have hair. He has to be bald. How else was he gonna be able to put that thing on? I should also mention, you're bald, and a couple of the other abnormalities are like Kickstarter backer abnos. I think there's only about 5 in the game. I think there's only about 4 to 5. You can choose to have them on or not. There's only one that's really annoying. And that's less the fault of the character themselves and more just what they do. So it is the character themselves. But generally they're mostly fun. Mostly fun, because one is your bald. I know the other one was Melting Love. That is the only one that's like really a big danger. There was one more. I think it was a tough. I don't want to mess with you. I don't know, I'm getting bad luck on you. Oh, one thing that is also important to keep in mind. So, good result on bald, Zayn. So basically harmless. Only 6 boxes. However, this one was a tough. I got 7 boxes, but this was a normal work result. The maximum number of boxes somebody can get in a single visit goes up in accordance to the difficulty. So that typically means that if you want really, really fast days, you're putting in more tuts in your departments or jumping up to like HEs and WAs as much as you can. There's basically only 1 to 2. There's only about 1 to 2 A-lifts that I would say you could comfortably manage. There's 1 to 2 of them that aren't that bad to manage, and getting good results on them is really, I don't want to say super easy, but is very consistent. When you start working with the ones that are much more inconsistent or much more touchy, that's when you start doing a lot more resets. Because this is where the conflict arises. You either constantly give all your workers very good, very easy days, where they're constantly working with the low threat abnormalities, but you're building up boxes very slowly while constantly increasing constantly either increasing the Clifot counter or increasing the ordeal that you're going to deal with. Like, let me send someone to work with Scorch Girl. Because I'm going to go and do this. One person's going to be away, everybody else is going to be free, and then even if this finishes, because what? That's at 9, 10, 11, 12. Even if I hit 12 on this, that would only bring me up to 80 boxes. So after this, I still need 20. I'm just gonna send everybody to kill that one. So it still needs 20 boxes. So I'm sending somebody in to work on this. They should be fine. Because also, because this is actually kind of important because that's how I deal with something. So it says plus 10% to the energy quota. That is relevant to how much you have. Thank you, I do have tea next to me. That is relevant to how much you have by the time that you finish it. So, if you do have other people working and building more resources while other people are also dealing with the ordeal, if those people finish that work before you finish dealing with the ordeal, that's more additional boxes that you're going to get for clearing the ordeal. So So there is a benefit to being faster. There's a benefit to managing it so that bad situations can be handled by as few people as possible, so that the others can keep working, so that you can not only get more boxes for your research, crumbling armor, meat lantern, or grave of cherry blossoms. I don't like grave of cherry blossoms more. I'd rather deal with somebody just already killing me. I don't hate this armor, but at the same time I don't like it. Completely forgot what I was saying. It's so funny how much of this knowledge is coming back to me the second that I start playing again. Hi, buddy. You. I remember one specific thing about you. Also, yeah, the more dangerous, when you start running into more dangerous ones, they start having more specific rules. Do not let an agent with crumbling armor 01 perform attachment work. Yeah, the 01 is the residue that comes off of it. So yeah, this one is actually important for me to remember to read. An agent with level 1 fortitude was placed into crumbling armor's containment room. After the work process ended, they were found with their heads sliced clean off. So, does not like low quality fortitude. That's how it goes, like immediately singing along to a song you haven't listened to in years. It's instinct. Does not like low fortitude. An agent performed repression work with the abnormality was found to have an artifact which had same chemical composition as crumbling armor. The agent stated that it made them feel as crumbling armor were protecting them. So, repression work can do something that helps give the agent something. Snooze that for a sec. When an agent with the protection was ordered to continue engaging in repression work with any abnormality, each time the work process ended, physical examination of the agent was carried out. The results of the examinations found that the effect given to the agent by crumbling armor changed in accordance with the number of times repression work was done. Do not let an agent with crumbling armor 01 perform attachment work. So basically, if an agent uses repressing work on crumbling armor, they can keep doing it and their buff will increase as long as they keep doing repression work. But if they do attachment work to any other abnormality, crumbling armor 01 will disappear, with the agent being decapitated as soon as they enter the containment room, killing them instantly. Basically meaning it's going to kill your agent. So if you perform repression work on this unit, that unit has to keep doing repression work. They cannot do attachment work to any other abnormality. If they do it to any other abnormality, they will die. However, if an agent carrying crumbling armor 01 performs an excessive amount of repression work, then the effect that the artifact provides will gradually become negative, meaning there is a balance. So you can have, basically what this means is that if you have one agent who does repression work on the crumbling armor, as long as they don't have fortitude level 1, they will get a buff. And then they can keep doing repression work, and they can keep working on that stat and will keep getting buffs. But eventually, if they do repression work too many times, that stat will become a negative. It'll start turning negative. Not only that, once they start doing the repression work, they are not allowed to do any more attachment work or they will die. So now that adds a few layers of complexity to this, because it means that one, whatever unit that talks to this thing has to have at least level 2 fortitude. If they don't, it will be killed. They will just be killed. No ifs, ands, or buts. Then they can still do instinct work, they can do insight work, or they can do repression work. Because there's no point in doing attachment work, because attachment work is very low. So right now, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Because there's only 3 people here. There's only 2 things. There's only like one other thing that's really important here. But it likes attachment work. Which means whoever works with this to train up their justice stat, this blue stat on the lower right, it means that they can't work with this abnormality. Which means if something bad happens, like we enter another ordeal and there's a clown in the hallway, it means that if I need 2 people to deal with the clown in the hallway and I want 1 person here to work, they either need to be somebody who is only working with this abnormality or is only doing repression work with this abnormality. Because if I get confused for a split second and send the person who's doing repression work with this guy to this room to do the type of work that they like, 1, that unit will die. 2, the Clifot counter will go down by 1. Will likely go down by 1 since it's a bad result. Which means that this thing gets closer breaching out. It is a lot of stuff to keep track of because it needs to be kept track of. Because if it's not kept track of, it will result in your facility exploding. And that is the hardest lesson. That was the hardest lesson for me to learn through this entire game, is that I need to keep track of who is going where, who is doing what work, who is working with what, how long they're working with what, and what to do in the event of something bad happening. Because, like, people think Darkest Dungeon's complex, because there's so many ways that these things can go wrong. I'm getting a notification that ads are going to start in a sec, and that's good for me because I need to go and make tea anyway. Because I have a little bit of a stuffy nose, but it's been getting better over this week. But an important part of that is that I need to make sure that I get my tea. Yes, tea and stretching are important. But yeah, be back in roughly 3 minutes. I'll make sure that the game audio is still playing because I love this music. I don't think I'll ever get tired of this music. Okay, I finally have tea. Ready for the night, ready to continue. Now please tell me I did not... Please tell me I didn't forget the... Okay. You should be fine. I also won't say precisely for what. But getting to a point where like you can muscle memory these menus, I'd say that's a very good thing to kind of, I want to say work your way up to. Just because it'd be very, very helpful for some of the later fights. The less that you have to think the further you get into the game, the better. Ooh, Samurai Aura. But yeah, generally speaking, the more that you can just kind of do these things without really thinking, the better. That's why I typically... The way that I typically play this, or at least the way that I have my kind of routes, I don't want to say routes, but a typical day, focus on the higher level abnormalities. You just get through the day faster. It sucks, and you might need a break sometimes, but generally, the faster that you're working with the higher level abnormalities, the faster the day's going. We're already halfway. 2 people are gonna go into... So that's 1. That one's going to be done. Okay, so we're almost at an ordeal. I'm putting you there, I'm putting you there, I'm putting you there. 1 person per hallway. Putting you there. I want you here. I want you here. Actually, no, I want you here. Oh, because the tutorial's kind of not great about this. You can either click on the little nugget, and like you can see that they're selected because they're up here. And then I can right click. Or, as long as there's one, I can drag and drop, drag and then left click. Or, if I want these two, they're now both selected, then I can click here, and then they start both moving over there. I made... I think it's chamomile. Ooh. burning a fire. Starting to see how to handle abnormalities. As he's pacing back and forth with the warrior's rage. Yeah, I made chamomile. It's also really, it helps, and I really like, it's also an excuse because I like JoJo. Mango green tea is really good. Please. That's only punishing bird. As long... Okay, none are here. Can you get over there quickly? Because I really don't want to deal with Scorch Kilometers. You go in there. Typically... Oh, please. Yeah, typically during that, is also a good time for you to, like, either work with or work on the less dangerous abnormalities. Just because their work will be done faster, some of them give you bonuses, like completing work with once in 100 good deeds will refresh, was it everybody in a department? Yes. After the maximum of PE boxes was produced with once in 100 good deeds, and restore the mental health of every employee in the department. There's a couple of abnormalities that have traits like that, where doing good work with them will cause them to benefit everybody in the facility. Or everybody at least in the department. Either way, it helps. And it can also help a lot during, either ordeals or boss fights. It's like, this is very Shelter from the 27th of March. It literally makes itself into the safest place on Earth. Heart of Aspiration's really good. But I kind of want the shelter just because it's funny. I love this stupid shelter so much. Some of the gadgets can be very cheeky about how they like messing with you. This is the shelter from the 27th of March. It is the safest room in the facility. Caveat. I will not use this yet. I will wait until I'm at another reset point. Oh, that persists. Interesting. Go in there, Nox. I'm gonna just start calling you Willis soon. One there. Someone give Scorch Girl a hug. And go play with the bird. Courtney does more repression work. And then I sit back and I enjoy my tea. Because thankfully there's still nothing too bad. Generally, Orange Dawn. What was Orange Dawn? What was Orange Dawn? Generally speaking, this is the easy kind of part of the game where you're mainly still learning the ropes. Mainly you're still learning the ropes. Oh, come on, I can pronounce this. I've played enough Persona. Amakusano, thank you for a sip of water. That's why I have tea right here. That's fine. I'm just gonna not send anybody in there. That's fine. Got it first try. Thank you. I didn't study Japan for years. For years to get tripped up that quickly. At least I would hope not. Somebody play with the bird. Frequently, honestly, the biggest issues that I kept running into, or like the biggest problems that I kept doing, was that I would over-assign when people were supposed to be dealing with the abnormalities, and I would start the ordeal when too many people were in the middle of working, and I couldn't do anything to stop it. That's probably also one of the really big learning hurdles, is that until the ordeals start showing up, you're kind of fine going wherever. But when the ordeals do start showing up, then you really do need to prepare for them. Some of them are a lot more significant than others, but at the same time you want to be careful. Thank you for the subscription. That's good. I don't have a special thing to say. I'm still not used to people subscribing. But thank you. No, it is just truly appreciated. Significant ordeals are... I'll say one of the things that probably took me the longest to properly learn was that these ordeals change. I did not notice that the lights. Ah, perfect food. This is also why pausing is very useful. The significant ordeals always feel the same. It really does. They always feel... That's why it really caught me off guard, because it was like, oh, okay, so I know that the next ordeal is going to be... I know that the next ordeal is going to be the clowns, and then it's not the clowns. It's like, wait, what? I hate the sound these things make. This game has great audio design, in both like a very terrible but also really good way. Like, I absolutely hate the way that these things sound, as I should. But at the same time, I hate the way that they sound. They're getting beaten up a lot. I don't like that. You're fine. You're fine. There we go. And all that after my Star Combat employee died. Yay. Whatever. We'll make do. One other thing that I would also say is I want to say is significant to the learning process, as much as it sucks. You're just gonna have to get used to the fact that your employees are going to die. Like, I'm not saying to be super detached. Like, you do want to take care of them and make sure that you're training them, that they're being healed, and that as many of them make it to the end of the day as possible. But sometimes the only thing that matters is hitting quota. As much as that sucks to say, sometimes the only thing that matters is that you end the day. A friend who named all you and Thurs friends. Yeah. Yeah, that's not a... It's not bad, but at the same time... you're gonna get really used to impermanence very quickly. But like, that's what helps keep it very... Fun is a very loose word. It's what helps keeps it entertaining. Like, you're always consistently on your toes, even when things are relatively safe. Because it's not a guarantee that you're always going to make it to the end of the day, or that you're going to make it and that everybody's going to be fine. There we go. Should keep us alive. How many channel points have fodder named after us? You don't need to redeem for that. I'll... Right! This one. Manager, is there something wrong? I see. Will you wait just a moment? If you cannot bear to look, you should close your eyes. I wonder why you're saying that, Angela. There, I fixed it. There was a system error. How strange, it shouldn't have been so easily compromised. So disposable where necessary. You're not disposable. Nobody is disposable. But sometimes you're right around the corner from one of your, I want to say checkpoints, and then you really don't want to risk kind of dying and getting sent back, so you might kind of grit your teeth through it. It's a technology originally developed during the war, now widely used for commercial purposes. Also, very funny, familiar song. It threw me off so much hearing this in Limbus Company because my context for it is now completely different. It's not impressive of a technology, really. The human brain is fragile. Seeing such a cruel and shocking sight may unintentionally lead to a momentary shutdown of the brain's functions. If a manager like you were to suffer such a reaction, it would be very troublesome for me. So I installed a cognition filter in your display. While the cognition filter functions, dead employees will look like cute dolls splattered with red paint. Abnormalities, even those who could ravage your mental state just by being in your sight, will be reduced to adorable toys on the screen of your office. Trust me, before the cognition filter was installed, many a manager lost their sanity on that seat. I cannot allow you to join them. Really wanted to play Limbus, but I didn't want to spoil myself on Ruina since I hadn't beaten it yet. And then I felt like I was too far behind since it's gacha. It is never too late to start. And I'm saying that. I'm saying that as my path through the series sounds insane and looks really stupid. Because I started with Lobotomy Corp because a friend of mine mentioned Queen of Hatred, and I'm like, oh, she's really cute. I want to play the game and figure out more about her. Dumb move. Very dumb move. So then I tried out Lobotomy Corp. I played it for a little bit. I'm like, huh. But then I started playing Limbus Company. I played Limbus Company. I got through Kanto 4. And then I'm like, okay, I need to play the other games to understand what is going on. Because I'm missing important context here. So then, I played and beat Lobotomy Corp. one of the most painful experiences I've ever had with a video game. Then I went to Ruina, which was the same but worse because it was a card game, and I hate card games. One of the best games I've ever played. And then I made my way back to Limbus Company, and now I have proper context for a lot of things. But it's not mandatory. I can say that. It is not mandatory, but there are a lot of payoffs if you do. I'm still disappointed I never got into Limbus, but I do really like that one song. I really like one song in that game. There's so many good songs. I could genuinely ask you, like, oh, which one do you mean? And you could give me about six different answers, and then I would still be like, okay, yeah, no, that's a really good pick. Because Limbus, Lobotomy Corp, Library of Ruina, and Limbus Company all have really good music. It also does help that a good number of the music is also done by Millie. Really good music. Really, really, really good music. But point being, they have really good music, they have really good storytelling. It is never too late to start Limbus Company. The next concert is on its way by New Year's. If you want to, in Helvi Lament, that is the intro song. It was the song that was used for the, I want to say the reveal. Yeah, it was the reveal. That is also one produced by Millie. Typically, at the end of every canto now. Before it was only chapter 3, because chapter 3 was the big end for, chapter 3 was the big end for where we had it. But the end of Canto 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and soon to be 9. Each canto ends with an original song by Millie. That usually really fits the fight. It's really good. It's really, really, really good. I promise you will not be disappointed. And then Millie usually puts out the music a few days after. Oh yeah, you get a gun. Wingbeat. I'm not gonna give you red eyes just yet. Song popped up on my radar because of a feature of the song. Millie in general just genuinely does really good music. You can check out their, yeah, they have a bunch of stuff on YouTube. I really like I Am Fluff. It's very soft and very dreamlike. They also did an opener for, I believe they did the first opener for Goblin Slayer? I'm trying to remember. They did music for, why am I forgetting the name of the game? They did music for Ender Magnolia, and also the sequel, which is the reason why that's on my, wish list. I do need to beat Ender Magnolias though. Ender Lilies and Ender Magnolia. Those are the two that I need to beat. Millie does really good music. Project Moon also just really writes really compelling and cool characters. I really like Gebra. I really, really like Gebra. And also getting to see how characters change and develop in Ruina were also was a very fun part of the experience. Where are you? What's going on? What's going on? Please don't make her upset. I don't like those okay. Whatever. Suddenly because the original lead singer of Myth and Ride. That sounds familiar. Okay, they're safe. Uh-oh. You need attention. Skipper and Roma had more dialogue. Like, they're so... I like them a lot. I really like how they bounce off of one another. Though that might also be part of my bias because Gebra's probably my favorite Project Moon character? No. No, I think she might be. Like, because I liked her. I'm trying to find the right way of saying this. Like, I liked her before I was gay. But there's no point in really saying that. No, I liked her a lot. I really liked her a lot. And the only two characters that I could really compare her to, in terms of just how much I like them, are either Angela or Zhao. And Angela is unfair because she has so much. Her theme song is also really good. And a large reason why I like Ryoshu is because I'm gonna hold my tongue. But I've been waiting so long for Kanto 9. Zhao is a tough fight. She's tough, but she feels so... I like her. Uh-oh. What do you mean? Oh. Yeah, that was the attachment work. Now I remember why I don't like you. Oh, that's bad. They all moved. This is fine. As long as they're not killing the, as long as they're not killing, like, the actual important ones, then I'm fine. I hate this crawling sound effect, though. Hey, you're not done here. You're not done here. That's also kind of why you have to micromanage them a little bit. They have, like, very short attention spans. Where they could be fighting something, and for some reason they just stop caring about it. I think everyone is fine. Aside from the one who's dead. It's fine to have the first trumpet going. If Scorch Girl gets out, then that might be a little bit of a problem, but otherwise it's fine. I just need to make it through this day. I think expose my shame and never ruin it either. The game glitched in a way I can't scroll down with boss descriptions and refuse to cheat by guilting and fight bosses. That's very noble. Like, as much of a tough situation as that definitely is, at the very least, I do really respect it. I hope that there's a way for you to fix that, because yeah, the way that the bosses are structured, that the status effects, because that's the thing that really got me about Ruina and why I really like that as a game. One, it's incredibly freeing. You're incredibly free to craft the deck in the way that you want to make your own type of win conditions. And it's just so much fun being able to do that. It's so much fun being able to feel like you're able to express yourself so much in a relatively limited way, but then the game is still consistently difficult of like, okay, if you're working with this limitation, like, that's not gonna stop us. We're gonna have our own game plan too for each different fight. And for Zhao, it is burning your house down. And it works because she's really hot. But she's also one of probably the coolest characters in the entire game. With mouse and keyboard and controller and fresh install, for some reason I just can't scroll down to see the boss tactics. That's so weird. That sucks. Yeah, because if you're not able to read it, then you're just not able to do anything, especially with how much the later bosses end up turning into puzzles. You stay here. Because if Scorch Girl breaks out, that's bad for everyone. Yeah. Oh. This is... I'm gonna let her do that. Is she... Oh yeah, she's back. She's fine. Alright. False alarm. Everything's fine. One guy got blown up. Everything's fine. No name NPC. Unfortunately, that is just a usual day here. They sign the papers. They know what happens. Especially the one boss who doesn't give a damn about turns. It will play if you take too long. Yes. Yes. I can say, that's a very interesting boss to have given Hakma, especially considering that Hakma is a very, very large reason why I ended up taking a lot of time to beat this game. Damn. I like all three of these. The boss is optional, but I felt like a point of no return segment, so I want to beat everything before continuing. No, you were smart. No, that was the right thing to do. Damn. Because this is one of my favorites. I like Leticia. People Day is just super cute. Dude, your little angel is gnawing on our colleague's finger. And then Bloodbath is not significant. Many hands float in the bath. They are the hands of people I once loved. I don't know what I want. I'll go with the puppy. I'm curious in seeing your favorite teeth. Fine. Okay, I can go... if she comes up again, I'm getting her, like, instantly. Safety or training? I prefer safety. I don't even like her because she's easy to manage, because she can be a mess. You don't need to apologize for anything. But I also really did want this one. Just Pipode. This little puppy. Just a cute little puppy. Oh, I forgot. You needed to... Hang on. Just apologizing. You're fine. Here, to show you how fine it is. There. I never knew that they had pigtails in this. Damn, I didn't know they had the little... Yeah, there you go. Little ooh smile. And you're going in safety. I'm trying to remember you, because you deal red damage. Okay. And if anybody else also wants to be added, that is at your own discretion, but I will not be against it, because I have the points to... put people in. His expression, fragment from somewhere. Also give you a gun. You could use a different weapon. Regret, Solitude, Wrist Cutter. Where is Life for a Daredevil? Not a safety department. Poodle. One of the easier abnormalities to work with. Genuinely not that big of an issue. Can be annoying, but genuinely not too bad. I will work... You needs a little bit more insight. So, because typically the work that you do, like, per day is what determines the stat increase, while also working with the larger abnormalities, you just spend that time stat trading whoever you need. Sometimes you swap people around who are basically on certain shifts for certain days. As long as you make it to the end of the day, that is the main thing that matters. That's also typically why I start stashing people in certain departments. As in, like, hey, it's good to have somebody generally here. Like, if I need the extra help, or like I think something bad's gonna happen, either like around here, I can stash somebody from the main department here, have them here, because now if they go in here, they get access to this hallway for security, or they get access to these elevator shafts, which gives them access to these two doorways, to these two hallways. And then same scenario over here for this person. All because one unit is housed in one department, it does not mean that they cannot go to another. It does mean that, hey, if you have somebody who's all the way up in this room, and you need them to get all the way down here, it might take a little bit longer than somebody who's here. But the person who's here might not be getting the free healing that is up here. Or they'll get like a diminished version of it. Can I get stashed then? You'll be added too. Distributive votes never need to be claimed. We're fine. He doesn't have to be. He's not invited here. I think it's probably better that he never. I think we have enough people who are already kind of in the middle of pissing off that we don't need to piss off the Blade lineage. At least for right now. Our trouble's already more numerous. We don't need to add more. Puppy. Wait, I forgot. Yeah, instinct work is better than attachment work. Also, I completely almost forgot. Yeah, these things have whole lore pages. Claim that bones is the coolest card in Rona. It's really good. It's really good, and it stays good for such a long time. Purple Dawn. I think I remember what that is. In terms of the game, but I know something. He's only, well, I was gonna say he's only in Rona, but now he's also in Nimbus. But mainly it was him in Rona. But where I don't need to worry about my bones being clean just yet. There's much worse things that can happen that could speed that up. No, you're fine, you're fine. I don't like that success on Fragmented Universe is not going wrong. Like, it's been going very inconsistent. But I can only send one more person in here. You have the spear. You're going to go pet the puppy while something bad happens. Hopefully not to you. You're gonna go sit there. You're gonna go sit there. This is what paranoid planning gets you used to prepping for. You just get ready for the worst case scenario constantly and then adjust as needed. And then I have to keep double checking to make sure that certain people are still like doing stuff. That's everything there. So it's only these two. Okay, we're good. Purple sucks. My only point of reference is Ruina, but it's awesome seeing other people know about it. That game project in general needs so much more spotlight. It feels crazy. Cause like... First off, you're gonna go pet the puppy now. Why does that sound like a euphemism? Because what? I think Lobotomy Corp came out either... I swear it was 20... I think it was 2019. It's either 2018 or 2019. And then Runa came out about a year after, and I mainly remember that it had to be 2020 because they were doing they had a lot of social distancing jokes in the cards, but that was only like for the first few floors. Why that emo? I only got into it like maybe in the last 2 years. That is also a perfectly good time to get into it. I forgot that the puppy's ego gift was dog ears. So cute. Ha. HP +4, success rate -2, work speed -2. I forgot that it gives you dog ears. There's never a bad time to get into it. What matters is that you enjoy the time that you that you found it, and that hopefully you're engaging and that you like it. The Freischutz. I like you. He's cool. Stay in the safety team. Freischutz gets to stay in the safety team. The dog ears are helpful for health, but they are bad for work ethic. It's almost like the puppy only wants to play and do no work. There we go. I should get back to those games. I need something enjoyable. I'm unsure whether I can still consider these games enjoyable. I'm fine now. I'm definitely fine now, but when I start getting... when it gets deeper in, I start panicking. It gets rough. That's cute. I like that. I'm making sure that everybody gets the uwu gets like the uwu face. I'll even sweeten the deal. And give a couple of you the better gear. It's a good range weapon. I can't not look and smile at the dog ears. I'm sorry. That was not intentional. Freischutz. Our galaxy. I'll give you that because I already have our galaxy. No, that was fragment. Whatever. That's fragment. It's fine. Solitude. I'll give you red eyes. XD. I'll make sure that you get relatively safe work. So, Freischutz. cool. I like him. You can request for him to shoot. You have to be very careful. You have to be very careful about how you use it. He is also really good at teaching repression, training repression. One of the easiest abnormalities to work with. He also doesn't break out. Just don't make him mad so he ends up firing the gun. And especially don't make him do it 7 times. That's when the bad things happen. But if you don't get bad results 7 times, then you don't need to worry about that. Fragment from somewhere. Keep chaining repression with Nox. 14 boxes for a single good outcome. We don't need to worry about that. You get that. You get that. Children in the City was such a calming song for that fight. Heard refight, yeah, and often just to hear that song. I hate that fight. I hate that fight with Yan so much. I don't think I replayed it as much as Zhao's, but Children of the City, I think I've listened to more than Zhao's song. But that fight scares me. That fight scares me, but damn, is that a really good song? Like, it's so fun being like, having a fight that you go, yeah, wow, that one made me want to pull my teeth out, but at the same time, it's like, but the music's so good. The music's so good. They bounce up at the fight as well, how good this song is. It is all a test of patience. It all comes down to how well you can endure, I'll say. Because a lot of the other boss fights are also very, I'll say, exhaustive. Which doesn't mean that they're bad. They're not. They're just not fair. But overcoming the bosses was easily, to me, the most fun aspect of it. Thank you. I Thanks for returning my badge to me. You're so lucky. I can't strangle you. Thank you. That's very kind of you. I am... It's the first thing you say after somebody gives you gift subs. Thank you. That's very... I think that's my first hype train. Thank you, really. Damn it. I don't even know what to say. No, that was very kind of you. You didn't need to do that. You're nice and fun with a calming voice. I was panicking a lot lately, so this calm vibe was great. I'm glad. I'm glad I can help you relax in some way, shape, or form. It really means a lot to me that you think that that's worth it. There's less calm depending on the game and amount of... Listen, that's different. That's... You can't see the pretty women in this game. I will go through... Cough, Juna. Listen, that's different. That's different. Lady Juna's different. She's special. After the next ad break, I'll play a couple of the... I think I can leave out and it and I can continue the day from where I'm at. Oh, because now I'm hitting the noon ordeals. I can show you some of the pretty girls in this. Because Malkuth is here, Hod is over here, and then Gebra and Bian are a lot later, but we can worry about them later. I also won't lie, maybe I like Gebra for lots of reasons. Maybe she's just cool. Has that... Can that be a possibility? It's me really liking cute, strong... You didn't need to. Hydrate said it was only halfway done with level 2. Like, thank you. You really didn't need to. But like, thank you. Had to finish level 3. Thank you. Like, really. Cause like, I'm doing this to just like quickly finish this day off. Cause like, I had just gotten back this week and I've been feeling so sick. And I wanted to make sure that I could stream like a good amount of times this week, despite that. And like, this was because I had gotten back, I wanted to make sure that I was keeping on track with like one of the games that I was doing so that I don't go into like next year playing it. And I wanted to make sure that I was getting stuff done because this was a community vote thing. At least today. Because I had set up a vote for playing a set number, like whatever the community had voted in the polls. And like my original plan was like, okay, the week that I come back from like my time, because I was doing stuff over last weekend, so the week that I come back I wanted to do this, and then I started feeling sick, and then I felt bad I wasn't able to do all of it, and like I felt bad that I didn't realize that I was sick until after the... I forgot to sub myself. Thank you. Um, I don't even know what to say. All customers are welcome to the atelier. You've been, you're extremely, you're extremely kind, Maya. Thank you. Thank you. And like, I'm in the middle of fighting off this cold with like the little bit of stuff that's still in my nose, making sure that I'm getting tea consistently to make sure that I can keep streaming. Like, no, this, thank you. It's very, uh, very, very kind of you. Um, you absolutely didn't need to do that, but it means a lot to me that you did, truly. Thank you. I would be, I'd be sniffling. I'd be sniffling a different type of sniffling if my nose wasn't so stuffy. But really, thank you. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here. I'm like so off track. No, you. Thank you. No, you. That's my no you back to you. Jesus Christ. Like, how am I supposed to? I don't even know what I can say. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, just saying thank you feels so little. Like, it doesn't feel like it's enough to say just thank you. Like, I. It is not enough to just say thank you. But I can at least say, you have my utmost and sincere appreciation. Just heal soon, please. I I am feeling better. Not specifically because of the subs. The gift subs are very nice. Very nice. But no, I have been slowly feeling better. And no, that's why I made sure. That's why I wanted to take the break yesterday, because usually I stream yesterday. Usually I stream yesterday. Usually I stream on Thursdays and Tuesdays as well. Um, but I took Thursday to rest a little bit more. Um, and like I felt, I felt bad. Not like as in me being greedy, as in like no, I like being able to stream. I like being able to spend time with people and like help them relax in whatever ways that me either being gay or playing a video game can help with. I felt bad when I needed the rest, but at the same time, I know that I needed that rest because one, I sound a lot better. I sound a lot better now than I did 2 days ago, and especially on Monday. Um, Even with a little bit of like congestion, but no, it feels. I I feel better knowing that I'm able to do something for somebody else. I stream like maybe 2 or 3 times a year. You're great for streaming regularly to help others relax. Even in those like 2 to 3 times a year, guarantee you will have those people who are like, oh, I really missed you. It's great having you back. Even if it's just few and far between, there's always going to be people who appreciate that time with you. And I have been getting better at recognizing that for myself as well. Which is why I felt really which is why I was upset that I wasn't able to stream yesterday. Not like super upset, but I was upset because it's like, no, I like being able to help people and like make them like relax in whatever type of way that I can at least help with. Some people like just the sound of my voice. Some of them like when I talk about things in very in-depth ways, or showing them through a game that they never would have played otherwise. Like, no, it's a fun part of the experience to me. And I can't do that at my best if I'm not at my best, which means that I also do need to take care of myself, which is why I took that day off. It hurt. I don't want to say it hurt in a moment, but it's I love all of the above. It made me, how do I say it? Like, there's no way of not saying it in a mushy way of like saying like, no, I missed it. I missed streaming and making people feel nice. Okay, what's in the hype chest? Why is it a frog? Whoops. I would have definitely missed if you streamed yesterday instead of today. Literally just sleeping and working 24/7. Yeah, that can be just so draining. No, like that consistent work is like really draining. But that's why that break is like really nice. That as in, no, not the break. How do I put it? That's why when I was like on that, when I was away, like it made me realize, oh, because I'm not gonna elaborate fully because I think it's partially more funny if I don't. But I will say that I woke up in a bed and there was a VTuber on the TV. I did not go to bed with the VTuber on the TV. I simply woke up and there was a VTuber on the TV. But it was really comforting. Like, it felt nice. I was able to just kind of relax, listen to their voice, which I found very appealing. And I was just able to relax for a little bit. Training, but I need it. Being awake spooky. Being awake spooky lately. Rest is very important. And that's why I feel a lot better. No, I like being able to help people rest in some way. Either, I know some people fall asleep listening to my voice, and others will just, I don't know, they'll have me on in the background while they're doing some other type of work. And it's nice, I guess. It's nice knowing that my voice can help people relax in some way, shape, or form. They get to unwind after either a long day or dealing with a lot of stuff that they really unfortunately have to. But if it helps them rest a little bit, then that's still something, I think. I can at least provide some place where people are able to relax. Hopefully meet other like-minded individuals. Share whatever interests that they have. Find other people to share their interests with. And like, just relax, I guess. Like, I'm not really a super kind of loud and in-your-face streamer. Oh my god, is this for question mark? It was. I'm not really a super loud and kind of in-your-face type of streamer, so it's just, no, I like being able to help people in that way. I know what I can do, and I know that what I'm good at, and I know what people tell me that they really like about me. So I do my best. And people appreciate it. And that's why I like doing it so much. Also, I should note that it says that ads are going to start in just like 5 to 6 seconds. I'm not exactly sure. Because I did snooze that a couple times. So I will use this opportunity to go and get some tea very likely. But I will leave... I'll leave the music going, because there is still like... No, it's fine. Music's going, and then I can hopefully come back and get more tea. I really do feel it, finally. I really do feel myself like finally beating it. I am starting to feel better. I just need a little bit more tea and honey. So I'll be right back after I get a little bit more. And hopefully my facility doesn't burn down. Hopefully. Talking me up. Yoshimalo, thank you for the follow. I need to find... Hang on, I need to make sure that I post this one album first. It's true though. Listen. I don't have a response to that. That is simply your choice, I will say. That is your interpretation of the reality, I guess. I don't have words. Okay. Hey, nothing exploded. Actually, I want to make sure that you have good repression work. Okay, so one more, and then it goes into Violet Dawn, which would be the little Banii boys. Can't escape from crossing fate or something. Can't play. Let's start saying things that are true. Listen. I don't have a statement. I'm not saying that you're wrong for I'm not saying that you're wrong or that you can't think those nice things about me. Okay, no, that one's easy. I like that one because that one's genuinely funny. I've done this enough at this point where I do remember most of it. Listen, because you're allowed to perceive me as cute if you want. That is all I'll say. Okay. According to all known laws of aviation, there is no way a bee should be able to fly. Its wings are too small to get its fat little body off the ground. The bee, of course, flies anyway because bees don't care what humans think is possible. It's impossible. I messed it up like right at the end. I don't want to go in there in case that I messed that up. I think I've said no. I've done the first half of that line. I've done the first half of that line a lot. Mostly out of my own amusement. Currently it is going moderately okay. As long as these things die, then I don't need to worry about anything. And then everybody can start getting back to work. I think it's between that and constantly saying so you like jazz. Despite the fact that I think I've only seen the Bee movie, I think I've only seen it twice? I think definitively I've only seen it twice. I think in bits and pieces I've seen multiple times. I've seen clips and stuff like a lot of times, but I don't think I've seen that movie start to finish in like, I want to say... I think I'm going to retain that information. Never mind. I don't... It's been a while. It's been a while since I've seen it. That much I'll say. Oh, you got sunglasses. You get that from your ball, don't you? Yeah. Movement speed +2, attack speed +2. I'm gonna send Maki in there. You're almost good. I'll train you on one more. And then that should be enough for quota, I think. Never seen it, but I had a friend who'd stream and made her read the script often, but come up with an ooh. Did I miscount? I need to think really fast, or a lot of my clerks are, well, no, it's 2. No, I need you alive, Nox, please. You're serious. I'm not a boomer. Oh, this sucks. You just might be dead. If you die, game we die in real life. Neither. Yeah, Amaku is fine. You're fine. These clerks are not. Nox in space might not be. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Alright, who dies? That's 2. No, that was 3. This is fine. I hope. Nobody's taking too much damage. Good way of checking everybody. Wait, where are the other 2? Oh, they're on their way. Good way of checking people when they're in the middle of this. Pause, click on an abnormality in a department, scroll through. Everybody is mostly fine. These 2 took a little bit of damage. Here. Rest in peace. These 2 are fine. You're coming out. You're on your way. Everyone in here is mostly fine. There's one person who isn't doing anything though. It's also a very useful way of checking who do you have active. Because if it says that there's 2 people that aren't assigned anything and aren't suppressing, then they're just kind of hanging out. They're not on their way to help people, like, at all. Oh my god, I need this tea. Okay. That's the problem dealt with. That is... only 2 employees dead. Only 2. And because I completely did not read what was going on, so that's fine. Rip nerds. Couldn't have been me. Backward clock. Backward clock is always safe. Roughly speaking, we are fine. Very roughly. But yeah, I said I would actually show off the cute girls in the... Whoops. Oh, yeah, the manual is up here, by the way. They tell you a lot of stuff, but also it doesn't feel like it's a lot at the same time. Why do you have no mouth? Whatever. Let's check my Discord and fake go. Hi, Subverse. And there. Psyduck going to control team. Have to make sure that you always re-equip people with their armor. Ooh, Sanguine Desire. I'll give you deck shots. That's the Fighting Game channel. You're more than able to also get the Fight Night roll in the roll channel. That way we can figure out what games people have so that we can organize nights where people can play. Give you Screaming Wedge. Just that way you don't accidentally end up making somebody else explode. I'm trying to remember. I think it's fine for now. Because this will only set me back to 14. Hopefully. Yeah, that would continue to day 14. Because now... Right. Netcheth was after. But yeah, these are your actual co-workers. Malku. Looks very different than how she does in Runa, but still... She's cute in her own way. I say... Maybe with a little bit of context. I arrived just on time, right? Time is only about 1 minute late. Well, I guess it still counts as on time. Congratulations on joining Lobotomy Corporation, Manager. I do not want to disturb this touching moment, Malkuth, but every second counts in Lobotomy Corp. Please make your introduction as brief as possible and go prepare for the meeting. It seems Miss Angela isn't in a good mood today. I wonder why. But hey, at least the other Sephiroth are looking forward to meeting you. Well, maybe. Not all of them. Aware of my manners, my name is Malkuth. I'm in charge of the control team. Since we're the control team, we have a great deal of responsibility. I'll try my best to help you by improving the basic function of this facility. I'm sure you're a bit nervous right now. It takes a bit of time to get used to things around here. I know from experience. Yep. But don't worry, we'll be sure to help you. I am, not exactly the best at everything. I used to be a problem Sephiroth, you know? I would sew buttons onto a shirt in the wrong direction, or add salt instead of sugar to food. But still, you can do it, just like I managed to. I'm sure you will succeed, Manager. I'll give you an easy task since it's your first day here. I wish you the best of luck. I can't take it anymore. Manager, you're in there, right? I have to get out of here, please. I know you're capable of it. You're the manager. You're not the same as the rest of us. You can do anything. Why do you want to quit? Don't you like working here in a control team? Every day here is a delight for me. It's so horrible. I can't take it anymore. I'll go insane. Nothing here is normal. Do you really think you can't handle it? Please, I don't want to be here. Let me out of here, please. Manager, even though you're the head of this facility, that employee belongs to my department, so I believe I can take care of this. Let me handle this, please. I'll let her handle it. Thanks for acknowledging my position. Please don't be alarmed. These kinds of things happen quite often. Oh, right. It must be the first time you've seen something like this. Usually, Miss Angela or I handle this kind of stuff. It's just a tiny hiccup. Nothing for you to worry about. No, please, manager, please. He's dragged off. Malkuth, too good for this world. She's too cute. I like Malkuth a lot. Gebra is easily my favorite. I don't understand the near psychological grip that Hod has on me. She's precious. Something about a girl trying her best. Also, maybe the ahoge. Maybe that adds a little bit. Oh, hi. Oh my god. You're not angry, are you? I'm Hod. I'm in charge of the training team. Where, what we do is, you know, accidents happen in the company. But Lady Angela said that about half of those accidents could be easily prevented if the employees showed more initiative. I forgot about Hod. Well, clearly been too long since I played a Project Moon game. She's so precious. I don't think I'll ever get tired of her. Especially in Ruina. Like, she's so... I want this poor girl to be happy. So the training team provides employees with a work manual and sufficient training, you know, to try and reduce the number of accidents. We also help employees that are transferring to different departments and adapting to their new workplace. I'm not very skillful in many areas, but I'll try not to be a hindrance at least. In fact, I've been testing out a new employee program these days. I don't know if it'll work out, but Oh, you want to know more about the program? As you know, the company is quite demanding. Even though we run consistent checkups, many of our employees regularly lose their sanity. I know exactly what it's like. I mean, I don't directly interact with the abnormalities, but I know what it feels like to lose yourself. Oops, one sec. Yeah, I wonder why you would have experience going insane, Hod. I'm sorry. Sorry, baby girl. I'm not sure if employees would like my new program or if it will prove to be helpful. I can only hope. You and Hod here knock at the door. Named NPC! I forgot about you. I wonder why. It's all thanks to you, Miss Hod. I feel so much better after talking to you as you suggested. I'm finally free from all those horrible thoughts that used to haunt me every morning. No, it was your courage to bare your heart to me that really solved the problem. I just showed you where to start. I mean it. I'd probably have hung myself by now if it wasn't for you. I forgot. I mean, in a work environment like this, I forgot that she says that. Anyway, Miss Hod, you really did save my life. I'm so fortunate to have you as my Sephiriah. You're a really, really good person. Thank you, Tiffany. I'm so glad to see you getting better. I heard you'll be transferring to a different team soon. I hope you do well there. Please make sure not to forget the conversations we had. Tiffany huffing the jolly green paint. God damn, we need some hod therapy. Hod therapy. I'm trying so hard to be very appropriate. But don't worry, the green stuff is more nutshats than anybody else's. You see that, manager? My program's really working. I want to be as helpful a person I can be here. Because the harder I try, the more lives I can save. It hurts going back to this. Say it. Hod makes me think many things. Thinking those many things would not allow me past the pearly gates. I think Hod is really neat. But then I'm also not safe either from my thoughts when it comes to Gebra. And it's like... Gebra's thighs are really nice. I think she's really neat. I love her art. I love her art in Ruina. But her heart, I was gonna say her heart. Her art in this is also really, really, really strong. Her music is also really good too. What? Who are you? Oh, stay silent. I'm the manager. Ah, you're the new manager. Sorry, you don't look anything like one. The other departments may kiss your ass while you walk around with an air of arrogance as the manager. But here, that pompous attitude will knot itself into your noose. Well, seeing that you've at least made it here, I guess you won't be a complete deadweight. I'm Gebra, head of disciplinary. I love how seductive the Red Mist theme song is. That's just her naturally. I do like what I'm seeing so far. She's cool. I like her, even when she's making me pull my hair out. Even though that might not exactly be mutually exclusive. I like her. I think she's neat. I've seen your Sinner number 4 folder. You had no chance. What do you mean? Listen, when Kanto 9 drops, I'm going to be a very normal person. That much I can promise. We're the best department when it comes to combat out of all the teams. We have no need for cowards. You want to know what kind of person I hate the most? Those crybabies who constantly whine about abnormalities or employees being pitiful things. How they don't want to see anything die. It's the exact same as a soldier refusing to kill in the heat of the battlefield. As long as you're not one of those annoyances, then we should get along just fine. Couldn't some abnormalities be pitiful? Do you really think that's possible? What do you think abnormalities are? Holy entities, poor defenseless creatures caged in the ground, precious beings that make energy for us? Totally wrong. They're none of that. Abnormalities can be damaged but never destroyed. At the very least, they seem to feel pain. Let's make their unending lives as painful as possible. I didn't know I was subbing to a sinner. I am not a sinner. Whatever Otis. One, Ishmael. Two, Ryoshu. Those two spaces, those two positions keep swapping on the daily. I was trying to go through the list very quickly. 3 would still be Rodian. 4 is probably Dawn. It can't be. No, I can't have... Nope, 4 is Dawn. 4 is Dawn, 5 is Faust, 6 is Otis. Wow. Much to think about. You're not winning if you're not sitting. A sinner probably. Listen. See, that's again. You put respect to her name. And then there's Bina. All the way at the bottom. You've returned. So did you have fun with your little journey while I was locked up here? Don't worry, I'm not mad with you. Oh sorrow, you see, finally I have come to respect you, for I know you will never depart. It's difficult to perceive the flow of time here. Therefore, this eternity has saved me. Have you seen the turbid streams of the enormous river that crossed the whole city? If you arrive downstream, after the raging rapids and a serpentine current, you will see a meadow that is enormously broad, but also tranquil. That land is bathed with all kinds of mud, sand, trash, and the residuals that have come from the upstream. What isn't caught by the upstream or midstream finally ends up here, downstream. To bear all the residues that pile up, one would need a strong back that doesn't break easily. I have faced many wells here. I have to draw water every single day, but it seems that the water level never lowers. What is a well? What does it mean to draw water? Gone to Roni at first because old friend could not stop talking about Bina. Dude was obsessed, so I had to see the game she was from. How she acts in Ruina and Lobotomy Corp are slightly different. But the core of her is very consistent. So I thought this was a Tantalus reference. What does it mean to draw water? Our labor is bringing up the water that is deep within the well to the outside. You never know what the bucket contains when it rises from the eternal darkness, but I always draw the water with the pulley, come what may. You must always stay cautious so that you don't fall into the well. Maybe it was an act of generosity towards those that are thirsty, so that they may sate themselves. It was you who made the bucket, but you left the duty of drawing water with the bucket to another. Don't ask for my name. Bina isn't the name of a person. It's a sad name of a place where one finds many graves. I'm the one who draws the water. Why have you come here? And what do you wish for me to draw? She's also a character that a lot of people like. I think for very interesting and varied reasons. She's in her feels. She's very obtuse. I think that's a good way of putting it. She's a very purposely obtuse person. Talking about the extraction of geometric organs. Horrors beyond your wildest comprehension, but close enough. Also, the further that we get through, the more this gets filled out. Obtuse rubber goose. That is also a way of describing her. This thing. Best thing in the entire game. I love you. I love you, backward clock. Cream Java juice. Ooh, I did not want to request. I'm also still waiting for a good moment to use this. I don't want to spoil what this one does. It is genuinely one of my favorites, but it's so funny. Nightmare scenario though. I'd rather... Let's send Saidaku in there. Forgot the lyrics. Giants think birthday cakes. It's just dealing with the bird. Saidaku will be fine. Even if Punishing Bird gets out, it's not that bad. Silver. The bird's fine. There's nothing wrong with Punishing Bird. As long as you don't do anything bad. Like, let me read its thing. Because it's important for the lore. A small and confident bird that punishes the evil, guilty, and all sorts of irreverent people. Some employees have said that it is cute when the bird mightily flutters its tiny wings. People have been committing sins since long ago. Why did it commit sins, knowing it's wrong? The small bird wondered. It must be because there's no one to punish people for their misdeeds. If someone takes that role, then no foul act would happen in this world ever again. With this in mind, the little bird left the forest it had been living in, and never went back. It's just a cute little bird. His favorite dog-haired individual flashed on screen for a moment. Like, it must have a nice pipe too. Isn't a raven, doesn't seem to be great. There's a couple of other birds. Magic Bullet is my top 5. Then I was right about giving you that outfit. The only reason I didn't give you the gun is because I didn't want you shooting everybody else in your department. The dog ears, the pipe. A fit immaculate. Couches. There's nothing. None of us are free of sin. That is all that I can say. None of us are free of sin. Where's the bald guy? Oh right, there's nobody bald here. Olive, you look like you could lose your hair. Oh, I should explain that. Your bald doesn't like working with anybody who has hair. As long as they have hair, regardless, they will always get negative PE boxes. And so it's like, okay, so how are you supposed to work with this guy if none of your employees come in follically challenged? He will bless them. And now they are bald. And now... they can work with your bald. I'll start to feel that hair is just a burden. You can look just like Bruce Willis if you're bald. You still have your silky hair. And then a perfect work result. Or almost perfect. I guess there was like a little strand of hair. I was going to say, can't you make them bald or can you only customize them when freshly hired? You can only customize them when freshly hired. Hang on, you have to move people around. You can only customize them when they're freshly hired. But certain events like that can cause a couple of appearance changes. Gradually, I'm going to get better at making sure that different people are in different hallways for things. Because doing that is a lot easier than clicking on people like 5 seconds before something bad happens. Because it gives you a better chance to plan for it. Source libido better if you so dig deeper into that. What do you mean? The only one that's gonna make people question things is Melting Love, and she's a little bit later. And I really don't even want to deal with her in my facility. If hot, why will it kill me? Wait, why are you still hanging on here? Go back. Come here with that XD face. No. No, censored. Censored is psychologically too much for me. I can't even bring myself to try it. I don't know what some people... I don't know what some people see. And I'm glad I can't see it. I'm trying to even think. I really don't want this to just like devolve into Lobotomy Corp hear me out. That's like the scariest outcome of this. Melting Love, that's all suggestive. Night. If that is... her love certainly is melting. That's why I really don't like anybody ever touching her. For Alchemist, I just enjoy the chill vibes. I won't bring up a hear me out until an actual one shows up. I hate all of these. This one's just annoying to deal with. Oh my god. I don't like this one. I don't like looking at you. I don't like working with this one. This one is also just annoying. Scarecrow sucked. I hated that Scarecrow fight. I hated that Scarecrow fight so much. You're gonna look at me and you're gonna tell me that I'm wrong? She came down in a bubble, dog. Whatever, I'm going with Schadenfreude. I don't even think it matters. Hear me out, Riding Hood. I hate that that's a good one. I hate that that's a good one because my tone changed very drastically. My tone changed very drastically, but have you considered the Yellow Brick Road? No, the Yellow Brick Road is the house. My tone changed very drastically when I found out that Little Red Riding Hood was... I don't know, I thought they were masked. But like, I heard like, yeah, she, and I went, oh. And I'm like, maybe I can consider it. I could perhaps consider it. No, that one's so good. I don't even have an excuse. Took me talking like I know anything. I know anything. Listen, we're all allowed to have our own opinions and our own perspectives. I want a different weapon. Okay, another day. You're already at 5. Damn, you move fast. This is a really good training department for combat for some reason. So I'm gonna start using this as the boot camp then. Because repression work, there's a lot of people in here who do repression work. And then just like raw stat training. Name bosses are running out, like how they translate to the game. There's a good number of them. A lot of the abnormalities in this, a bunch of the abnormalities in this come from, in Runa come from Lobotomy Corp. Scorch Girl for one of them. Love her. My poor darling child. Punishing Bird. My beloved. Hang on. Somebody here needs insight, I think. I think you'd have a chance. I think she's neat. That's all I can really say. I think Red Riding Hood is neat. She started winning me over a lot more when she started hunting down a lot more of the abnormalities. She kinda swept me up a little bit. And I completely recognize that that is my own prerogative and has maybe a few implications. punishing bird. Just leave them be. Leave them be. Leave them be. Just don't do anything. See, like, it doesn't hurt. It's just a little angry. Go on, let it out of your system. Just be nice about it. As I'm just hearing the little thwacks. Oh, and then it went back. See, it's fine. It calmed down. Who wants little chin scratches? Oh, I should also mention, these different works actually imply different things. Instinct work typically is stuff that appeals to its very core bodily needs. That's why instinct works very well with the puppy, because it's basically you're playing with them. Insight is more kind of like emotional, mental, psychological needs, which is why it increases your sanity. Attachment is like closeness. Some of them don't like being touched as much as others do. And then repression is like stopping them from indulging in some of their other, I want to say, base wants. Or things that they're kind of like passively drawn to. What's going on here? It's not bad. It's all perfectly fine. Puppy gets to go up there. I think everybody is ready in the event that something needs to be suppressed. No, you go here. We're at half energy. Here, you go here, you go here. So I just live for the gacha as well. I mean, as long as your nugget's doing work, you're fine. Like, you can get like a couple missions or a couple dailies done in the time that it takes for the manager to send somebody off to work on something. Perfect move. I hate the sound of that so much. Whoops. Move there. Move there. You. Move here. You two are faster to move here. I hate how good the sound design is, because the sound of that stuff genuinely unnerves me so much. I think everybody's going to where they need to. I would just confuse the managers. There's worse that can happen. That's fine. Employees retaining their sanity is very important, as well as also retaining their health. I was doing that for protective reasons. You'll know when I shoot a bad bullet. Are they still alive? There we go. Puppy. I think fake on language I can't read. They might just think it's psychological training. there's various different methods. You never know which ones might help improve employee aptitude. Bella, you can go here. Make sure to turn everybody back. I just have to make sure that everybody who's supposed to be in the department are staying in their department. Because they did kind of move a couple people around. It's also nice that the music genuinely is kind of relaxing when everything's fine. That's why whenever the horns go off, or the trumpet starts sounding, that's why it gets very panic-inducing. Because usually that means something has gone very, very, very wrong. And the worse that it gets later, the harder it is to clean up. Unless you have backward clock. Yeah, and we're set for today after whoever's done with this is done. Whatever excess boxes you make for today, it doesn't matter. The only reason that you would farm after the workday is complete is to increase these boxes, because these boxes are what you use to manufacture weapons, manufacture the armor, unlock all the more info for them. Because the more that you do that, the higher the observation level. The higher the observation level, increase work speed, success rate. And you're basically scrounging for weapons and armor throughout most of the game. Because the more gear that you have that you can split across your different nuggets, the better. Hi, V. Training. HODS department. But it's gonna give me that thing that I previously set up before, isn't it? Yeah. Hi, Schadenfreude. I hate you. I hate that thing so much. Schadenfreude was the first problem Abno that I had for a bit. Because it took me a while to understand what his issue was. Because he doesn't like being looked at. Yeah, because the gimmick's also in their suit. He's just a shy guy. He can be shy and not be an asshole. It'll be easier once it's done, once I show. And then let me find something that does white damage. There we go. I hate this guy. So, okay, I'm starting to get a lot more HEs, which means I want to work on HEs altogether. So, work on you. Typically, this is how I start. This is typically how I start, like, most of the days. I would typically send one person to be vaguely around the place that I want them to be. Actually, I want you here. And then they chill out either in those hallways or in some place adjacent. I'm gonna have to... Okay, you're in the upper right. That at least helps me a little. You're in a long hallway. So I want you down here. Also have a ranged weapon. Also gonna want to have you talking with them. You go here. here, and then you go here. I hate this guy. Whatever. Hide for repression work. Okay, so let me put you there. And then make sure you're off my screen. Because that guy doesn't like being looked at. Good luck. He's not that bad, he is just annoying. Because you can't look at him. Him and burrowing are two very unique abnormalities. So the rest of these, like, oh, I want to keep track on them because I can figure out like if things are going well or if things are going bad. This dude is temperamental. He does not like being looked at. So he has to be off screen the entire time, which means that I can't get a good consistent look at the abnormalities here, and I can't keep track of how well my employee is doing. So I kind of just have to let that run its course and just hope that my employee doesn't die by the time that I look back. Okay, 13. But they took a lot of damage. Speaking of a lot of psychological damage, the ads are gonna start soon, which gives me another chance to go get tea. I was wearing the one from Ronia, so fuck your attempts to figure out what happens for it next turn. It's another. That is another one. There's one that is very similar. I know the one that you're thinking of, because that is the one. That is the one that is very time focused. But burrowing does show up also in that floor. Because it's very thematic. That doesn't stop that fight from being an asshole, though. Yeah, let me send some people off to do work. I'm gonna send a couple people off to do work, and then I will go and make my tea, and then hope that simply nothing bad happens. I hate this dude. Okay. Attachment. Kuchiku. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have to make sure Schadenfreude is off the screen. Okay, and now I can go and get more tea. So be right back. Actually, yeah, no, I'll be, imagine seeing ads. Couldn't possibly be me. Oh right, but the music stays paused, so I can't even, damn it. Whatever, I'll be right back. And for those of you who aren't seeing the ads regardless, use this as a chance to get up, stretch, get water, whatever is necessary, because turns out standing up regularly, getting water, eating, snacking, very good, very important for you. Who could have figured? Certainly not the Alchemist, who doesn't drink properly. I'll get back to doing those things eventually. Drinking water? It's important. Well, because it's funny. I was gonna say that's an important lesson that I learned recently. Which sounds stupid, but I did learn it. Especially because it was during that, the 12-hour Resident Evil stream. Yeah, no, turns out frequent breaks are really good. I almost scrolled over. Frequent breaks are really good. Like semi-frequent, which Resident Evil. It was the Resident Evil 2 remake. That was for Halloween. I had crowd control on for it. I thought I was gonna get through the game a lot faster than the 12 hours it took. I was very wrong. Because I did Leon A and Claire B. Very fun. Very, very fun. But at the same time, that was certainly an experience, especially when people could just spawn monsters whenever they wanted. But I made it through. It was a fun experience. Why are you low? RE4 is my favorite, probably most replayed. I'm absolutely there too. I think I've replayed. I think I played RE4 front to back now. I want to say around 15 times? I'm not completely sure. And specifically I'm talking about the original, the one from 2005. RE4 Remake I've only played start to finish once, but I also did do separate ways, and I do want to do that when I do the, when I go back to do kind of like the marathon, because I want to do a Resident Evil marathon for 9. I want to do a marathon because now I have zero. Because now I have RE0. Now I have RE0, which means I can finally play. I can play RE1 again. I can play RE2 make. Because now I'm wondering if I want to do RE1 then RE2, and then RE0. But if I'm going with the classic games, then I should probably do RE0. I should do 0, then 1 remake, then 2 remake, 3 remake, then 4 remake, because I haven't played 4 remake on stream yet. I played normal 4 on stream at least 4 to 5 times, I think. I still haven't played 5 on stream. I need to figure out, I need to find who I can drag into that. RE6 I could probably do a couple more of the campaigns because I only did Ada's. Then 7 and 8 I have no problem ever replaying. I think my most restarted game is Kingdom Hearts 2. I didn't have a memory card, so I restart every day after school. Furthest I got was Pirates World. I'm like trying to find the words. I'm trying to find the words that I want to say. Cause it's like, hey, Tues a really good game. I really hope you get to play through it all the way one day. I really hope you get to play it all the way through one day. It's a very fun experience. Red Dawn. Why is Punishing Bird breaking out? Whatever. Yeah, please play Resident Evil. Not Resident Evil. Well, yes, please play Resident Evil, but then also play Kingdom Hearts. Please. R5 was the first game at co-op bestest growing up for nearly 2 decades, and I still... Aww. No, I have a really good friend that I played through RE5 with multiple times. But that was on Xbox 360. But like that's such a fun game to play with like the right person. Especially when the two of you are in sync. I did beat KH2. That was forever ago. But now you have that means that you also effectively got speedrun training. Like hyperbolic time chamber. The only way that you were ever playing that game was through that practice experience. Basically, you're already I would say halfway there of being a KH2 speedrunner if you can get through the first two worlds so frequently. Green Moon. That is going to be annoying. That's going to be really annoying. I hate this dude. I hate this dude, because like... I hate looking at him too. But like he makes a certain noise when you actually look at him while stuff is happening. Or like when you look around him. I got completely sidetracked for just a couple seconds. Yes, KH2 is a really good game. KH2 is a really good game. Resident Evil's really good. Never be a speedrunner, even for all my RE4 runs, killing everything in a room. It's a mess. You can— oh no, I scrolled out too far. There's... I'm trying to think. I don't know. I don't want to say necessarily... First off, I don't want it to feel like I'm pressuring you or anything. But actually... Because I was gonna say, like, there's probably a speedrunning game about taking out all the enemies as fast as possible. And then I remembered, oh yeah, I Am Your Beast exists. Yeah, because you can be so efficient that you can actually gain time. As in, like, some time records are, like, -2 seconds. But that is purely me thinking of it. Don't think of it pressuring, just recommendations. I mean, that's part of the perfect workday. No, because that's part of the fun of this. Is trying out different things. That's why one of the point things. Today Shy looks singing machine. Dead butterflies. That's why one of the point things is like for me to like practice Neon White. To practice Neon White as like a speedrunning game, because that would be something I don't mind trying. Though I also have been kind of thinking about trying... what was that? Oh my god, why am I forgetting? RE8. Because I played RE8 enough to the point where I theoretically... I think I feel comfortable like trying to speedrun it, but that would take time. Wait, where's your gun? Wait, was the gun a WAF? It was Solemn Lament. I love that fit so much. It sucks that I can't look over here whenever I'm working with this guy, but like I love this dude. Easily one of my favorite abnormalities in the entire game. I've lit RE for literally all the walls. There's nothing wrong with you liking Lady Dimitras. And there's nothing wrong with me liking being bitten by the sisters. We are all human. We are all human in our own ways. I haven't played the newer Resident Evil games yet. I keep saying I want to stream them if I play, and then I never have the energy to stream. Streaming does take a lot of energy. I have gotten used to it, but it definitely took me... It took me a while to really kind of understand legitimately how much energy that this was taking out of me. Especially that impromptu streaming for 30 days thing that I did. That took a lot. That took a lot out of me. I need to remember you. Right. No, you're only a mix of 3. Yeah, because you have a specific thing. Yeah, he is very specific about who he works with. When employees of Justice level 2 or lower finish working with the Funeral of Dead Butterfly, supply file counter lowered. The above phenomena also occur when employees of Fortitude level 4 or higher finish working with Funeral of Dead Butterflies. When the work result was bad, the Clifoc counter lowered with a high probability. So basically, does not like working with people with low justice. Does not like working with people with high fortitude. So you want somebody who's in the middle. Somebody who's in the middle, and also is really good for training repression, for training justice once you're at level 3. Generally decent for insight. Don't really want to use them for instinct. And actually, because there were 2 jobs, we could have 3, and I had to get home by 5. Like, it's so much. Like, that... How do I put this right? Because that's a... Because, no, that's a... It's a lot. It's a lot, and, like, a lot of other people are going through, kind of similarly just brutal, consistent hours. And they don't really often get a chance to really relax all too often. And I guess that's kind of why... I can't say this without like getting mushy in some way. I guess that's kind of like why I see the value in what I do. Where, like, no, I can help people relax in some small way after work that I genuinely can't imagine. Because I have one friend who keeps telling me about a bunch of different things that he ends up having to deal with. Both the people and the kind of demands that are constantly put upon him. And that type of stuff would drive me insane. I like working with people, but I like working with people to a certain point of consistent professionalism. Which is funny, considering how very professional me and Alina were during that collab. But but no, I like being able to help people relax in some way, even if it's just me playing Lobotomy Corporation and spinning these plates and hoping that I don't do something stupid that causes everything to come tumbling down. Any glorious fire. And also giving viewers doggy ears. What are do you mean Punishing Bird is broken out? Why? Right, you don't like me working on the app notes. I remember now. Please stop. Thank you. That's also why I like putting one guy here, because if Punishing Bird does come out, he'll start pecking at least one of them instead of killing one of the random clerks. And as long as that person has good armor, they're fine. So for 100... let me just increase your fortitude like a little bit. Not exactly the most prudent, but you shoot real good. More insight for you. I don't want to make somebody else work with Schadenfreude. Just working so good. Yeah, it's worse than most because I got this from my parents. No, that's not you being negative. And no, like, the fact that you're working like that to support your parents is a very caring thing. See? Like, no, that's a very... it's a very selfless thing. And it's not... what's a good way of describing it? It's a very selfless thing because it's something that's like... no, it shows the level of consistent care. It's not you doing one, like, grand gesture, and then acting or feeling like, oh, I've done everything I could possibly do. No, doing something that like that is persistent, consistent work. And that's not something that a lot of other people are necessarily really great at doing, or great at committing to. And like, you're working to a point where it's making you super tired, so like, no, you're not. God. You're not treating it as something insignificant. It's something that you care about because it's for people that you care about. Please. That's in there. They're fine. That's here. And because you're working so hard, it also means that you deserve a break too. And that's what I can at least hope that I can do my best to help with. Insight. Send her back in there. Where are you going? Where are you going? Help them. Bless our parents who were dealt a bad hand. You don't need to apologize. Yeah, there's a lot of people grow up in very different situations. Some people don't. For some people are more fortunate. I'm trying to remember because I don't want her stats getting messed up. Yeah, because a lot of people have certain families that just have a lot of things that others don't, or might have been able to help the rest of their family in ways that others did not. But that also means that you have a life experience that others don't. Both for the good and the bad. How do I put this? I'm trying to figure out a way to put it. I'm trying to figure out like a Taoist way of putting it. Because there's wisdom in that. There's wisdom in being able to acknowledge that your perspective is different than others. Like, there's a lot of people who didn't have to deal with a lot. No, you're fine. Like, because I've been fairly open about it, where like I've lost I lost my father last year. And like that was a very rough experience. And especially the way that kind of happened, not exactly a very, I'll say, enviable position for a lot of people. But I'm gonna spin into a good story where you're gonna be smiling at the end, I promise. But that experience gave me a level of empathy and appreciation that I didn't have before. That's why I tend to make birthdays like a very... That's why birthdays are like a very big thing for me now. They weren't necessarily as much as they were before, but because they were a significant thing for my father, especially in relation to me, now I am very caring about other people and their birthdays, and I want to make sure that like that it's a good day for them, that they know that there's people who care about them, or that there are people who are just like happy that they get to celebrate a day that's entirely to them. Like whatever small thing like that. I've been a lot more... It's made me a lot more happy when I get to see other friends and colleagues get to share like a special moment with their family. Like, yes, it was not necessarily a great experience for me, but because of that, I'm able to provide people with a perspective that some otherwise don't have, or hopefully won't have. And I think that's at least made me a little bit more empathetic, which makes me better at helping and seeing to people's needs. Like, there's nothing wrong with necessarily being sad. There's nothing wrong with necessarily being sad, so long as you use that sadness to understand another's. Dream of Black Swan. Latita! Love you. Sorry. You don't need to apologize. Like, you're a very kind person. You're very caring. And I can pick that up kind of just from here. No, and no, a lot of... The world needs a lot of people that are very empathetic like that. So no, you're not doing anything wrong. And you deserve to be acknowledged for how caring and kind that you are. Because there's a lot of other people who would not do something like that. Which hopefully also helps them recognize how lucky they are to have you. It's all about perspective and balance. Looking for the meat grinder. My darling! I love her. That person only made together last week, and I've been hiding in sleep and work all week, so I don't have to be awake and deal with that. It's a lot. You don't need to apologize. It's a lot. It's a lot to really go through. And it does get easier. it does get easier, but those first few weeks really, they take a while. But that's okay. It is going to be uncomfortable for a while, and it's okay to cry. Like, that's a very important thing to remember, is that it is okay to cry, it is okay to take rest whenever you need it. Like, you have to take care of yourself. Not in a, you gotta pull yourself up by your bootstraps type of way. You have to take care of yourself, because that person who cares for you, that person who cared for you, would want that for you too. They clearly have meant a lot to you, and you clearly mean a lot to them. Sorry for barging in here with so much bad vibes. You're fine. No, like, no, because this is that thing of, like, I'm using, how do I put it? I'm using my own experience to, like, because I don't know what you've gone through. I can't have known. But I know what I've gone through. And I know the way that I felt in a very similar situation. And it is rough. It is really rough. And it'll take time. So you have to be patient with yourself. It's not something that's going to immediately blow over, and you can go for a decently long time before something reminds you of it, or something reminds you of them. And then all the feelings will just come rushing back. But it gets easier. It really does. It might not feel that way, and it might take a while, but it does get easier. But there will still be times when you feel like crying. And it's perfectly okay to cry. Storing all that stuff inside you won't help you as much as just being able to let it out. I think that's the biggest thing that I really had to learn when it came to my father and my grandfather. Where I held that in for a very, very long time. And that was just not the right thing to do. And I'd much rather somebody learn from my mistake. And know that I'm not saying it just because I think it's the right thing to say. Or because it's the thing that you're supposed to say. It's like, no, that's what helped me. You're too nice. I'm very happy I found this channel. I'm... I don't even know what to say. I'm also very bad at taking compliments. Not as in like I don't like them. I'm just very bad at taking compliments. Like, I never know what to say afterwards. But thank you. And like, and you're not, and to like clarify again, you're not like making me bring up anything that I haven't also talked about on stream before. Not in a you're not special kind of way, as in like, no, I already kind of cried on stream a couple weeks ago because I got to a part in Metaphor that really, really hit me after everything with my father. And I thought I was over it. And then that part came up on stream, and then I tried really hard not to cry. And that did not work. But no, it gets easier. You just have to be patient with yourself. And that also means being kind to yourself and taking care of yourself. And sometimes that means also just having fun and just doing silly things. Or just playing a game that you really like. Tried watching a stream recently for a similar reason. Yeah. I'm trying to remember. Because, like... Because I think it was a clip from Matada. It was a clip from Matada, that just, like, scrolled across my feed. Like a little while after all the stuff with my dad. And I think it was her talking about somebody else who was very important to her who passed. And I don't know, just hearing her experience, and just kind of like gradually getting through it really helped me. It was just nice. Nobody has one of the things, do they? No, they're fine. If you're working with her, then you're staying in here. Sleeping and working, I don't have the strength, have fun, stay awake and stuff. She being an outlier so far. If it's an outlier, then that means I'm doing something right. There's also small pleasures too. I think small pleasures are something that is also very, very helpful. As in, like... This is the first thing that's coming to mind. The first thing that's coming to mind, and I blame the Valley Girl gene. Maybe I like pumpkin spice a little bit. I like pumpkin spice lattes a little bit. So maybe some days I would just treat myself to just like, okay, I'm gonna do this as like a little bit of a treat. Nothing else, nothing really major for the rest of the day, but just something nice. Maybe rewatching something that I like, or even just listening to a song that I really like, or something that always makes me feel better. Try and eat something, yeah, try and eat something nice tomorrow. Yeah, like a little snack, something that you like that you typically don't usually get. Something just to make yourself feel special. Just like a little gift. It doesn't need to be a lot. It doesn't need to be super expensive. Just something that is very much just a treat for you. No strings attached. No, if I do this. No, no, if I hit quota. Like, do it just to spoil yourself. Everybody deserves that a little bit. I'm trying to remember. She's so cute. I love her. When the work result was normal, Latisha gave a heartfelt gift to Brooke. When Hyun was inside to work with a different abnormality, instead of Latisha, A eventually burst out of their body at a certain point. When the assignment was cancelled before they was born, nothing strange occurred to the employee's body. Basically, she's possessive. Precious little girl likes only to be treated. Precious little princess only likes being treated. Nobody else gets to share in their attention. Gee, I wonder why I like her. I think everybody is fine. Why are you all just sitting here? Oh, and Red Moon is next. You were working? No. Were you? I don't remember who was working with her. It was one of the people that were down here. I completely forgot who. It's not Charlotte. I think it might have been Charlotte. Whatever, it's Joy now. I got completely mixed up because of that ordeal. Oh well, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. As long as I don't send anybody in there, it's fine. As long as I don't send anybody to one of the other two, then it's fine. Just gonna make you work with Punishing Bird. Because I think its Clifot counter goes down. An employee entered the containment unit of another abnormality. Punishing Bird's Clifot lowered with a normal probability. Okay, yeah. She's happy. I was wondering what that music was coming from. I completely forgot that she played that music. Just make sure that more people... Wait, that was... I'm trying to keep track, because I don't remember what Red Noon was. Red Noon was the bigger clowns, I think, that sounded slightly ominous. You get used to it. You get used to the horrible sounds in here. Latisha comes from a place far, far away and enjoys jolly laughter. My precious baby girl. Imagining the great surprise the gift will bring to Joy's face, Latisha looks at them happily. Joy has no idea what's inside the gift, shaped like a cute little heart. I love her. She's just so girly. I forgot what these stupid clowns are. And the second that I finish this one, then that's quota for today. I'm also gonna send you two up here. The Harmony of Skin. Yeah, I hate that thing. Sending everybody who's closest to deal with this. Yeah, it's horrible. I still don't know what I'm looking at. After beating the game entirely, I have no idea what I'm looking at when I see that thing. And then, once you beat it, it spawns more of these little things. So you can't send everybody to deal with it, because if you do that, you fall for its trap. Because now there's one dude, please. Where are the rest of you going? Deal with this thing. Yeah, so there's one clown there, and then there's two in this hallway. Hi, Morrow. Don't worry, I have plenty of tea. And that's day 18 done. I'm getting a little bit concerned, but I should be fine, because I did pass up my first Aleph. Old Faith and Promise, Portrait of Another World. Luminous Bracelet. That sip emote's really good. I completely forgot. Hi, baby. You. I hope you had a good stream. But yes, I don't know how I completely forgot. Um, I now have a wave and I have a sip emote. Um, I think Portrait of Another World is better. Ill Faith and Promise was gambling. Bracelet I don't like. Um, I have 2 animated emotes that were done by Jackrabbit Co. Um, how's yours going? It's going great. It's been very nice. It's been very peaceful despite the horrors beyond all comprehension being in my facility. Actually, Maro, you came at a perfect time because I needed somebody else to be in here. Some of the hair's a little... Oh, I like that. Oh, I don't know what to do with an RGB slider when they don't just show me the colors. That's like... Okay, that's close enough. I don't know what you're talking. What's that emote for, Moro? Where's the eyes? There it is. High prudence to you. Well, also... in the name of love and hate. Confused. It's you, don't worry. RGB. That was for the hair. Not exactly perfect, but I think the eyes are close enough. Oh, right, I can also strengthen you. Easy. Now let's hope I don't do anything stupid. Listen. Everyone has their own mission to prove their own existence. Why are you... got here like 5 seconds ago? You also get to spend time with Letitia. I'm still not sure how to pronounce her name. Joy will stay with Funeral of Dead Butterflies. Everybody's almost at max. Listen, everybody, we're just... There, everything should be fine. Am I being useful? Yes, you're being very useful. You're dealing with a fragment of the universe right now. The teacher is a very shy girl. May it just give Moro... Oh, wait. True hopes that Moro will be happy with her heartfelt gift. Aw, you're making a friend. Letitia's friend is asleep inside her present, waiting for the receiver. Oh, that was perfect. Doing your part. Yeah, no, that was a perfect clear too. Damn. Everybody's doing good. Honestly, this is the part that makes playing this so scary. Because everything can go well for a good period of time. She gave you the gift hat so quickly. Aww. Plus 4 SP. What's it truly mean to be humane? Is it humane to seek truth and verity? What are you talking about? A selfless philosopher? Mario's just pontificating in my hallways. Why is Sage Morrow walking around in the middle of work, contemplating the meaning of life? 100% my vibe. Then it's at least lore accurate. I have to remember how to set these people out. Oh yeah, they also keep track of days that this person was in a specific team. You get to spend time with a bird. Teach everyone about optimistic nihilism. Life is meaningless, so that means that you should have fun. I have to make sure that everybody has the right gear. You go spend time with him. You spend time with the puppy. Jovial nihilism. As long... Listen, sometimes you just need to find whatever can help make you smile. You need to be teehee maxing at all times. Teehee maxing. Everyone must yippee. I wish I remembered how the rest of that went. I really wish I remember how the rest of that went. That is one of my favorites. That's one of my favorite Aerith memes that I've ever seen. I think I have it saved. I need to go and find it. Fruit of Understanding. Not too bad. One thing I'm also going to start doing, the more that I see them between, Teehee reminds me of old Ryan Higa YouTube days. I don't want to say anything. I'm trying to find the right way of putting this. We are not crumbling to ash, Morrow. We are not crumbling to ash. I just stated this, didn't I? I can at least consistently throw people off because people always get thrown off whenever I say that I really like Evangelion. I don't know if I tweets here. Because I can say I like... I'm cackling. I could say that I like Evangelion, and then punishing birds out. I can say that I like Evangelion, and then people will say, oh, so you're 30, and it's like, what? It's just a good show, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm punishing birds out again. He just hates being here. We're not that old. We're not that old. Oh, he's got it out of him. There it is. He just needs a little bit of time, and then he goes back to being normal. Spend time with your new gal pal. I think it's a Joy in there. I did not expect the safety department to turn into the stat farm that it's currently growing into right now. But you know what? I'm not gonna say no to an entire department with like 100 justice. Marco, you go touch the creature from space. I thought that was the shelter for a second. I was about to get really scared. What does it mean if I like Fushigi Yugi? Why do I remember? That's a specific thing. I feel like I remember that. And I don't like saying that. You're talking about the... Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about something else. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that, because I've watched all of Sailor Moon. Like, I watched all of the... I've watched all of the really old, like the 83. One of the OG isekai. It took me a while to learn. It took me a while to learn that Inuyasha and its progenitors were considered part of the isekai. It took me a bit. It took me a bit to learn that bit of info. And then Sword Art came along. Liking older anime doesn't automatically make you old, nor does it make your bones like turn to ash. It simply means that you have a refined palate. I say, even though I can't think of like two anime that I heard. What do you mean? About Samurai Jack, people say time travel doesn't count as isekai, but come on. No painful bones here. Your isekai before they became mainstream. Exactly. Time travel... I think Samurai Jack is slightly different. Because it is time travel, but... What do you mean by that, Angela? Because Samurai Jack sometimes did go to sometimes went to different worlds. But it was mostly leaping through time. But the difference in time was so significant that it was basically different worlds. So technically you could count it as an isekai, even if the material parts of it weren't there. Genie Kokuki. heard of that. I know for a fact I've heard of that. Also, how has it already been an hour? The ads are about to kick up again. I want to see this first. Genie Cook. Oh, that's 12 Kingdoms. Oh. Wait, the novel is still going. Oh, that's old. Media Blasters used to license that. Interesting. Not old. I didn't mean to say it like that. Wasn't Inuyasha time travel too? The Bone Eater as well had bone. Yes, that was, yeah, technically it's time travel. Technically that counts as time travel, but also jumping between the human world and the demon world. So technically it's a bit of both. Also the ads are starting in a sec. I'm gonna go and refill my tea after I finish this. But technically that counts. I really enjoy the anime for that. It's really nice. It's nice that there's like a little bit of the past and also technically a bit of the quote-unquote fantastical, but that's it's a mix of both. It adds to the appeal. It's the spice. I was going to say, speaking of spice, I'm going to go get more tea, but I think those are slightly... I don't think they're exactly the same thing. I really hope that me sipping that did not come through the mic. I'd feel really bad. I'm not a... I understand that some people want ASMR from me, but that's very different. ASMR and like accidental hearing me drink is not ASMR. That's just me drinking too close to the mic. Either way, I'll be back in a sec. I'm grabbing more tea. I am feeling better though. That much I want to make clear. I am feeling better. The tea is just helping soothe over the rest of it. Also because I'm talking a lot. Shocker, I understand that's part of the job of streaming, talking. Who could have possibly foreseen that? Perfect, I made it back. I know I don't strictly need to make it back before the ads, but I prefer to. At least so that way it's fair. Just so that way there's not people, like... I don't know, I shouldn't probably be as strict about the breaks for me. But I don't know, I like when I can say I'll be back by the time the ads end and actually hold through to that. Because usually I just stretch and that's it, but I've been needing to have this tea. But now I know I can consistently go downstairs, get tea, and then make it back. Come back. Thank you. Last floor for the training team. I've been doing this consistently, and it's only been 4 hours. And like, I haven't been slowing down or anything. But like, this is all stuff that I know beforehand too. Oh, I'm maxed out on up points, which means I can start kind of just dumping these skills. Yeah, because you max out at 15. You max out at 99, I think. So if you don't spend it, then you're kind of just sitting on it. Which means I can use this to start upgrading other ones that I do have to make their stats better. Back, I'll be lurking. Lurking is always appreciated, Moro, especially when you can just pet Fifi while you're next to him. You just can't see him. Able to stay for the whole stream if you're only come this long during the weekday as well. I usually streams tend to go for, at minimum, I like to make sure that they go for about 4 hours. Typically I wanted to make sure to go for about, about 6. But yeah, no, you're not obligated to ever sit through all of stream. Crazy energy. That's probably why I sleep a lot. Why I'm very low-key when I'm not on stream. I have a lot of energy specifically only when I'm streaming. If I'm not streaming, I don't like talking, I don't like going up, I don't like getting up, I don't like doing a lot of things. But like when I stream, that's why I genuinely need the ad breaks. Because if I don't take those ad breaks and there's not something that will physically stop me, I will just keep going. And I thought I was overdoing that until the Resident Evil stream. Because the Resident Evil stream, I turned off the ads for it because I wanted it to be a big special thing, and then that turned into a 12-hour thing. That turned into 12 hours. And I only took a break after the first 4 because that's when I remembered, oh, right, I should be taking a break. And then I didn't do it for the rest of the stream. For my current depression arc, normally I would sleep around 8 p.m. That's good. No, having a good sleep schedule really helps a lot. Having a good schedule that it's like, okay, no, I'm gonna make sure that I sleep out this time, because that sets you up for success. Because that means that, hey, you can wake up at a good time, you can get breakfast, eating is very important. There's a bunch of small things that you can do to take care of yourself in the morning that set you up really well for the rest of the day. Don't be like me and sometimes forget to eat breakfast. Have to look away from Schadenfreude. closing at the end of the year, so I'll be able to stay awake longer. That's something to look forward to, because it's only a couple weeks away. I'll need to wake up at 3 a.m. Yeah, no, you deserve full and proper rest without having to worry about waking up, like before even the birds get up. Hang on, you're cute. I shouldn't be saying that about a nugget, but that's different. Yeah, waking up like super early before the sun gets up, not a fun... It's not a fun experience. You skipped breakfast, but I've eaten a solid like 3 times since last weekend. You need to properly eat. You need to properly eat. And also you shouldn't skip breakfast. Hi pot, I'm Kettle. But it is important to make sure that you eat breakfast. It is very, very important for you. Or even just have something small. I tend to really like the, I really like the cereal bars. Even though they're basically just kind of like sugary snacks. There's some that you can get that are a lot more beneficial for you. That aren't just glorified snacks. But cereal bars, like the protein bars, there's like a whole thing. I don't even remember their proper names. But no, they're not. They're pretty good. Punishing bird, relax. Why? It's fine. Just peck Psyduck here. They're bonding, just in a very different way. Can you relax? You wake up 3:30 a.m. eating ice cream. There's one thing if you're eating it as a snack for fun, because you've been up that long. And then there's you just eating ice cream that late because you want to eat ice cream that late. Dawn of Green. Robots. Oh, there's a couple in there. So what? It was this one. Oh no, and there's one here. Is there? There has to be, yeah. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Also, I can't say anything. There's been times where I've been awake at like 3 in the morning, also eating ice cream. Violet Noon, cool, good. I know ahead of time what's happening, which means everybody stays out of the main rooms. The two of you just go hang out in there. I just don't want something bad happening to you. You work with that guy. Not even gonna look at you. You hang out with the puppy. Put you in there. I think it's only taking like 1 to 2 more. Yeah, 1 more and then Violet Noon starts. I hate this dude. I hate, because I can't just scroll out to look. Because the second I could see him, he gets all touchy-feeling and upset. It's like, you can't look at me, my beautiful face isn't ready yet. Girl out. When it's cold, I crave ice cream. No, I get that too. Especially at night, it's just, I don't know, it's comforting. So, I'm gonna do something. Moving all of them in there. Generally, Purple Noon, if you see this, get everybody out of the big rooms. Just always make sure that they're out of the big rooms. Put them in a hallway or something. Put them in a little elevator. Then send one person to do something. Mango Dragoon. Mango Dragoon Fruit Sherbet. Mango Dragoon Fruit Sherbet. Shaman Season 1. The Boosters. I feel like I've heard of that. Mango Dragoon Fruit Sherbet. Oh, yeah, no, because I just don't really have... I don't get sherbet a lot. But I am interested in the mango. Mango's really nice. Dragon fruit. Dragon fruit's so good. Dragon fruit's really, really good. I wish I had it more. Dragon fruit and passion fruit. Where are they going? You go here. Dragon fruit is so good. I want to have more. I want to have more dragon fruit. Like, really, really, really bad. I've only had it a few times. But there's some taste that you get once and then you instantly get hooked and want more and more. That kind of took me a sec. I'm gonna refresh this. Last sherbet I had was gross, sadly. That's unfortunate. I don't like this one. Queen Bee is not that bad. I just don't like her. Scarecrow sucks. I hate this one. This one's easily my most hated abno, and it's not even like close. If we're gonna persist, keep an eye out for seasonal mango dragon fruit. Always buy a gallon of it. It sounds so good. If you feel if you feel an abdominal pain and a tingling sensation in your neck, the best thing you can do now is look at the great blue sky you'll never get to see again. Insane. I want to reroll. Spider-Bud. Big Bird. That sucks. I love Spider-Bud. Spider-Bud's one of my favorite abnos. I'll take Big Bird. And now I get to take 2. All around helper. I like you. No, you're chill. Do you believe that occasionally forgotten things could be more beautiful? That was something you once told me. Now I understand what you meant. You're showing it to me right now. Central! The absolute largest floor. This is also why this game takes such a while. The red shoes just made me think of Nikke. Red shoes is very funny. I hate them. I hate them, but they're not that bad. Like of all of the other Abnos that could come around the same time as Red Shoes isn't that bad, but it can be annoying when caught in the middle of a bunch of other things. I need to remember, who did I pick up? I picked up Big Bird and I picked up Big Bird and I picked up All Around Helper. Big Bird is neat. Even though I really hate him. What's his gear? Where's All Around Helper? You playing and I'll try to still be chatty for my phone. Sorry if I pass out. There's nothing wrong with that. If my voice helps you sleep, then there's nothing that you need to feel bad about. I'm glad to have helped in some way. Meat grinder. Endured resistant heat. I will give you a gun. I'm gonna also give you... because now we're gonna get to the fun part. This is when things start really hitting harder. So I need something that deals... deals light damage. I'll also give you Solemn Lament. Now we're in the middle floor. Hi, Big Bird. Helpy fella. I forgot what it is that you like doing. Oh, you're just fine with anything. Big Bird. Oh, I didn't make your weapons. That's why. Interesting. I wonder why. I wonder why I didn't do that. It's almost like you never showed up at my facilities. And he is also my first WA. Deal black damage. So Adam will deal with you. Same as the rest of the days, everybody starts going off to work. Sooner that everybody gets their work done, the better, so I just start mass assigning. This is also kind of when the game gets a little bit more difficult. Mostly because now you're at the point where you're trying to speed up. As in, a lot more starts happening. As in, like, hey, this is a very big area for everybody to cross. Because these are two separate floors. And it's like, okay, do I wait the entire day just to get, like, a few more boxes? Or do I send everybody out? They all get work done at whatever their rate is. And then we deal with the ordeal. Oh my god, you're just like zooming everywhere. And then we deal with the ordeal later. Everybody in here is so fast. Oh my god. It's because they're all trading justice. They're just zipping around. think that was the radio static. What did you do that for? Why don't you like that? Oh, right. Walls didn't... Yeah, okay. I'm remembering some bits. Laurel, you get back down there. You go up there. You go up there. I will keep you two in this hallway. Maku, you sit there. Bella, you sit down there. You sit with the bald guy. You go there. You go here. I'm basically doing my best to make sure that these people are constantly divvied up. While being in a place that is actionable should something happen. And now everything I mainly just do from the menu. Increase you. I think that was Joy. Ooh, Joy got the coffin. I want Charlotte to get the coffin. Deals with you. Miho represses you. And then Delilah talks to you. Yep, and then we're good. And then hopefully I didn't over-assign. No, I think we're all good. Everyone gains 2. Punishing Bird's mad. It's fine. Saidaku talks to Scorch Girl. Why did you get low? What happened here? Punishing Bird really... Punishing Bird's mad. He cares. He wants you to be a good person. He just shows that care in a very unique way. Fruit of Understanding. Over here. Actually, I'm just gonna spend more time with Letitia. I think everybody... Whoops. Nope, I was about to say everybody in control was safe. Send you to deal with that. You keep her company. You keep them company. Then you talk to the cool guy. The music also does take a break whenever you're pausing in between, like right at the end of when the track should start and then when it starts again. Okay, that's 1 down. That's 2. 3. So that's the last one. Easy. Punishing Bird got hands. Big Bird has hands. As long as they are happy, it is fine. As long as all around helper does not get out, it is fine. I say that with an asterisk. Don't worry so much, even if you're new here, you'll get used to it all in no time. Wise words from the wise Moro. Oh right, there's 2 people in this elevator. Joy is getting a lot of ego gifts. I forgot what that coffin does, but I'm glad she has it. Oppression puppy. The sporadic squeals of a bird can be heard. Autumn sees Big Bird holding its illuminating lamp. Big Bird is audibly grinding its teeth. Now, why would you be that upset, big guy? Why? You also shouldn't grind your teeth. That's really, really bad for you. That should be more than enough to finish out the day. I'm forgetting which day has the line that I'm waiting for from Angela. Because there's a very specific one that I'm waiting for. Lady facing the wall, happy teddy bear, Snow Queen. Happy teddy bear is nice. I don't like lady facing the wall. I like happy teddy bear. I'll take happy teddy bear. No. Flash idol. Mirror of adjustment. I'll take the mirror. I'm not taking the express train right now. That's the document from A. For some reason, I did not remember it taking so long to get down to this floor. Granted, I kind of did play through all this in like a mad haze. Maxwell died of asphyxiation after working with Happy Teddy Bear multiple times in a row. Bear's containment unit several times in a row. Oh. Galena was found dead in Happy Teddy Bear's arms with a broken neck. It is believed that visiting Happy Teddy Bear's containment unit several times in a row is what causes that unfortunate incident. Please refer to old letter document for more information. Oh, I never really used you. An old letter stamped with rejection. This is actually a good one to read through. All these abnormalities have some type of story tied to them. An abnormality that resembles a large raggedy teddy bear. It's missing some fur and only has one eye. Yikes. The old ribbon around its neck hints that it may have received much affection from its previous owner. There is a name on the ribbon, but it is too tattered to be discernible. It seems that it knows it has been abandoned and looks dejected. Excerpt from the counseling log. I was on a night patrol. I didn't feel the need to pay attention to Happy Teddy since it was harmless for the most part. I just looked inside the containment unit to check on it. Teddy was hugging someone tightly. I thought it was Redacted, the employee who was in charge of Teddy for a while, working late. But something was odd. I entered and called Redacted's name, but they didn't answer. I merely pressed the emergency button to call in reinforcements. Turns out, Redacted had been in a coma for 8 hours. They were in Teddy's arms the whole time. An old letter stamped with rejected. Remember what was written in the employee manual? Do not have personal feelings towards abnormalities. At first, I didn't get what that was supposed to mean. Does it even make sense to develop any emotion towards those monsters in the first place? It's okay. They are monsters. Between the two of us, we could have called them that. Happy Teddy Bear was the second abnormality you took charge of. I guess you must have thought that not all the abnormalities are monstrous after seeing it. The figure of an old abandoned teddy bear may have brought up old memories of yours. Teddy seemed to like your hugs. Yeah, it would actually produce more energy if you were around. And in no time they put you in charge of Teddy. You probably felt some kind of responsibility for it, right? I started getting worried as you visited Teddy's unit more and more often. It felt as if you were visiting an orphanage for volunteer work. It seems Teddy saw you as its new owner. Maybe you'd have been happy to hear that. But you see, Teddy never wanted to separate from its owner ever again. You probably always promised that you'd return, but it couldn't understand. I heard that you miraculously survived, and that they spent an hour trying to separate you from Teddy's embrace. Though others may forget about you, I will always remember you. May there be a miracle. So basically, the abandoned teddy bear doesn't like being abandoned, but if you show it a little bit too much affection, it will hug so tight that it will not let go, and you might go pop. So basically, it's a relatively safe abnormality here. All you gotta do is just make sure that you don't work with it too much, and then you're safe. Of everything on this floor, it's debatably the least, dangerous, I'll say, in quotation marks. Trying to think of who is expendable. I can send you in there. He really does just want a hug. He wants to have a friend. He wants to have a very nice owner who won't abandon him ever again. And there's something sweet about that, surely. Send you two there. Also, I will admit, the picking people and setting them up to be in very specific spots throughout the day, that is a strat that I learned much later into my run. Because that helped make a lot of things easier. Because your units do not need, at least at the state that I'm at now, my units do not need to be in here in order to get the healing. Like, they can hang out here. Oh, there's writing. Sounds pretty yandere. It's fine. Happy Teddy Bear recalls numerous nights that protected that young girl from the dark as she snuggled up in its arms. Okay, that's good. Just can't work with it multiple times in a row. That is the only concern. But no, this is still almost everybody in this department now has dog ears. Everybody's playing with the puppy too damn much. I don't even want to say too much. It's just they're constantly playing with the puppy. Joy represses that. You work with her. That's also why it's kind of important to keep people consistently working. Purely just to train up stats at this point. The boxes are nice, so you prioritize going for the, unfortunately, most dangerous abnormalities. They start off your day, you get the most amount of boxes from them, determine what to do from there. You basically just want to keep a consistent farm of the ones that you're going to get the biggest bang for your buck from. Like, theoretically, I can still work with punishing with Big Bird. But there's a slight negative modifier for the people working with that. Just that way, so you're not constantly farming the same thing over and over again for, like, guaranteed easy results. Throw us back in there. Please give Charlotte the coffin. That is the only thing I want. Joy goes back in there. Pipody. You go in there. That is 1. That is 2. Aww. Punishing Bird has escaped. Why? Is this all really worth it, doing work like this in a place like this? You just have a little bird pecking at you. It's not that bad. If you think about it, it's just like little kisses. Even though they hurt a lot. I think everybody is set here. You have the eyes on the inside. Lamp. HP +3, success +3, work speed +3. Knowledgeable. I'll make Delilah work with you then. Because now we're at Green Dawn, which means the robots. Because once that starts... I don't see any robots in the middle floors. There are 2 here. 1 here. Where'd that other one go? Also, because they're jumping between locations, sometimes when you pause, you'll catch them, like here. You'll catch them in the middle of changing locations, which means you're not going to see them completely. So all because you haven't paused doesn't mean you're necessarily going to see everything. Sometimes you just hit pause at the bad time, and then you're not able to see them. I think that's the last one. Cool, Purple Noon. Everybody is already out of the main rooms. Aside from these 2. No, these 2 can stay here. You 2 go over here. Puppy. Puppy. One more there. Spend time with your gal pal. I'm not making anybody else touch the teddy bear. Wait, they got the ears. Attachment work success rate +3%. Nice. Also, the ego gifts are genuinely really cute. It's nice seeing the different ones that stack up. And seeing which abnormalities are like, I like you. Here's a little version of me. little whisper into your ears and tell you dark secrets. Try to stay sane. I can send somebody to work with you. I think that's as many as I can send. Yeah, because the rest would cause the thing to come down. So actually wait until... I'll wait until these two are finished. And then I'll send somebody in with the puppy. Okay, because move them all here. Move you here. Move you here. That sounds adorable. Like... Peepode is like really easy to work with. And it's not even too bad when it breaks out, but it's just a really good, consistent trainer for instincts. And it's so funny because it's just a dog. For the most part, it's just a normal dog. A super fluffy, ultra cute puppy with white fur like fresh snow. This abnormality is so cute that just taking a short little glance at it will make you feel so much better. It has the eyes of an angel and is the purest thing in the world. Further descriptions of this creature have been omitted for brevity's sake. The rest of the sentences are essentially just saying it's so cute in various ways. This little abnormality couldn't be evil at all. The only thing you have to worry about is your heart aching if you look at it for too long because it's just so cute. In fact, employees who enter his abnormalities containment unit tend to lose themselves a bit and often need to be forcibly removed from the unit by other employees. Caution needs to be taken as the assisting employees can also become captivated by its cuteness and become lost as well. Plus, attempts to bring the abnormality out of this unit may occur from time to time, but this is not a concern as they are typically prevented by other employees. When too many employees want to work with this abnormality, a lottery will be held to decide who gets the privilege of doing so. Our employees tend to show symptoms of mental regression such as oddly toned speech with a high pitch upon entering its containment unit, but it seems that this is only a temporary problem. They start speaking in puppy talk. Many of our employees refer to this abnormality as the goodest boy in the world, Peepode. However, its official destination is simply Peepode. Please make sure you do not get confused. Plus, every employee who enters its containment unit must upload a video or photo report of this abnormality. This is highly, extremely, uber important. Ensure that nobody misses this step. A company of this size will always have a room or two floating around. I heard that you can hear someone's bones breaking if you walk the hallways at night. If you try and track down the sound, you'll find a yeti who's eaten one of our employees. However, we don't have an abnormality that looks anything like a yeti. I wonder why. Anyway, here, spend time with the puppy. Go, have fun. Experience whimsy. And then here is Grant Us Love. So this one, oh. I don't remember if it's red or black damage. Okay, it was red. Somehow Saidaku didn't die. So yeah, it does a lot of damage when it first comes into a scene. Typically killing anybody who's in the room. I hate this event. But that's why you make sure you move everybody out of those rooms before it goes off. And then you send everybody in your department to kill it. because it's really annoying. And they also like to spawn in annoying spots. But aside from the intro, it is not that bad of an ordeal to deal with. Like, training is done, safety's done, the middle floor is done. Perfect work day. Dream of Black Swan, Red Shoes, Snow Queen. I don't like Dream of Black Swan. I'll take Red Shoes, I guess. Hate this one. One day you'll understand the meaning of desperation on their faces when the roulette spins. Hate this one. Big In Will Be Bad Wolf. Child of the Galaxy. I'll take the wolf. Mankind had yearned to build a fertile world for a long time. But what did fertile really mean to them? Is it worthy of all the tales of conflict and pain that took place? Numerous stories began and vanished. And in that process, people started to lose faith. Looking at them, some saw despair, while others saw joy, while others saw hope. At a certain moment, a new civilization was born. Countless things changed in the blink of an eye, along with the emergence of new technologies. All of the wings that keep this world afloat, aloft, hold at least one singularity. That's right. Just as the first humans wanted, those technologies had the intention to create a fertile world. People wanted a better world. And that aim for a better world set forth new spectacles of shimmer. A previously unimaginable sight that burst forth to the unprepared mind. Whether or not all that made everyone's life truly fertile is a question we simply won't know the answer to. One thing is certain. It is what enabled me to speak with you now. I forgot just how long it took to open up so many of the floors. I think the day that I'm thinking of is either day 30 or 35. Hi, coffee. And I also do have tea, so I am perfectly hydrated, I'll say. At least a little bit. Thought they could stop Doc put it back. You lived. You genuinely did survive. I'm not a captain of a ship. But yes, hello. Where is... No, I'll give you Crimson. And then where is... Cobalt Scar. That was... Your fortitude needs to be higher. I can upgrade you then. No, I'll give you Crimson Scar. You get Lamp. What a shot. What? I did not have a shock collar. I don't know where you're getting that from. Fortitude +1. Just an Eclipse leaderboard. That is not about me having a shock collar. That was simply the topic that Alina had brought up. That is not about me. I have a little bit more tact than to put on a shock collar for stream. You gotta believe me. Not me checking clips. Tiagi. That has nothing. Welcome, Tiagi. I hope you're having a good day. And don't... what is the nicest way I could say don't think of me in a shock collar that doesn't make implications? It doesn't imply anything. I can't believe Alina talked about shock collars. I can. I was going through... be the third or fourth VTuber I know with one. I don't know what to do with that information. I don't want a shock collar. I like double checked through, like I was just finally looking through the through that VOD to make clips. Oh my god, why do you miss so fast? I was finally looking through that VOD to make clips, and some of the things that we said in there really did kind of throw me off. Purchase one? No. I do not own a regular collar either. Despite the clear wishes and demands of the masses, I am not a puppy. I can't believe I even just said that. Miro, you get back down there. Why do you still not have your coffin, Charlotte? Because I'm not using portrait either. This thing, whoever uses it, whatever's supposed to happen to that person transfers to another person. Not the best, but it has very niche and interesting cases. I'm not really gonna use that. Collars aren't just for puppies. I am not a pet. I will say that. I am not a pet. I am, of all of the other VTubers that I am friends with who are actual animals, or bugs, or demons, or whatever, I am the most human, and yet I don't nearly see them getting pet allegations as much as I do. Somebody needs to hug the teddy bear. Monkey just watching in a corner. Incredibly mellow. I don't know what you're talking about. I am... I am innocent in all of this. I am not confused. I am innocent in all of this. I am not subject to your claims. Hi, honey. Oh, hang on, that wasn't. Hang on, no, that one wasn't. That one wasn't good. Hi, honey. There you go. Much better. That one fits at least to my standards. Also, ads are gonna start in like 20 seconds. I am not Moe. I can't. I'm not. Innocent until proven horny. That's not how that works. Oh, I forgot what even Red Shoes wanted. For real, I am innocent. I am pure and innocent. The heart of a maiden. The new temperance level 2. No innocence, just no. I don't want to be horny, I want to be happy. I don't want to be horny, I just want to be happy. Let me assign these, why not both? Sometimes you can't have both. That doesn't work out. What do you mean? I'm getting more tea. I just noticed that the ads are starting. I'm innocent in all of this. I don't... You're trying to implicate me. Why am I the one being tried when somebody else is the one making the claim of me being Moe? This isn't fair. I'm gonna grab tea. The ads are your Clifot counter. Then that means that I'm free for at least like 2 minutes at most. I'll be right back. Jesus. You are the bullies. I am doing nothing wrong. I am being a good manager. I am being innocent. And I am being met with accusations of owning either a collar, a shock collar, or being somebody's pet. I am innocent in all of this. I have done nothing to deserve this rhetoric spread about me. What do you mean, nope? You're not innocent in this. fun, people. If I, I've long resigned. I've long resigned that control at this point. A pocket Banii would be so cute. Taggy! Like a little marketable plushie, is that what you're thinking of? So you don't deny the Moe part? I didn't. Thought I need to draw this. What do you? Never claimed I'm innocent. I'm far from innocent. I'm innocent. Banii is the Moe end of discussion. You know what? The pecking from punishing birds sounds like how I feel. And then it's immediately over. I'm just innocent. I've done nothing bad. Just touched on voice. Moe. Moe is an art form. I almost said something that I knew I was gonna regret. Banii went complimented. Listen. All because I'm bad at taking compliments. And because I do not believe that I am Moe. Doesn't mean anything. If Moe is an art form, then you're in the top 5. Congratulations. What do I even say in response to that? Like... Own it? What do you mean? One, Gabe Grimoire, thank you. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Hang on, let me... As I'm being... Reading about rep. That's fine. As I'm being... I want to say... What is even a term for what is happening at this point? It's having a crisis. Money needs another Moe. It's not a crisis. All that is happening. I don't even know what to say. Like, how's stream going? It's going well, Gabe. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Were you playing anything fun? Was your chat asking if you had a dog collar? I really hope they weren't. What is even the thing? It's Orange Dawn. I can't even remember what it was. Accept your greatness. The definition of greatness is very loose here. Okay, fine, thank you for popping in. Never said dog collar. You said shot collar. You're not gonna put a shot collar on it. You're not gonna put a shot collar on a cat. We did not. We were playing some Hollow Knight Silk Song. Good. That is 2 for 2 for good things. I'm glad that your stream was a lot more stable. Yes, I got so spun around. Yes, if you need to raid and then lurk, or there's other things to do, yeah, no, I would perfectly understand. Lots of bugs. All on a very important pilgrimage. How much exactly they need to say Sha, I don't exactly know too much, but that is the one thing that I do know. Mostly that even just saying Sha is like really... it's just fun. But also, we're in the middle of dealing with bugs too. Yay! I probably need a little bit more backup. They're fine. This is an SCP, facility simulator, where we deal with nightmares on a daily basis. But for the most part, things have been going smooth. Relatively. Heavily relatively speaking. There have been a couple of people who've unfortunately died on the job, but they knew what they were signing up for. The Fallout Shelter, the temper and aesthetic. That's a very interesting comparison. It's very... a lot of it is very management simulated. All these little nuggets have like their own gear. Don't be deceived by the way that this thing looks. All the little nuggets have their own gear with important stats. You're training the stats based off the work that they do. At least layout-wise, it's a lot more complex. Promise not to die, put me in manager. You're already here. Yeah, you're chilling out over here. I don't even know how you got that pin. How did you get that brooch? Fragments from somewhere. Success rate, work speed. Oh, you got a sticker. All these abnormalities, like, being worked with in a very specific way. Some of them you don't want to look at. And then sometimes they can give you something neat as a reward. You're training certain units to work with other units, so that you can get these little boxes. Get these boxes to fill up your energy. Filling up the energy, you want to make it to day 50. Let's go, I'm contributing. You are contributing, as long as you're not dead. The more that you build that up, the more that you're able to unlock more information about each of these abnormalities. Managing tips, you can also get weapons and gear from them. Which requires repeated working with them. And sometimes repeated work with some of them will just kill you. There's a lot of different rules that each of them operate under. Like this girl, Letitia. She likes being worked with typically by only one person consistently. She has a chance of giving somebody that she likes a gift. And if somebody who has that gift ends up going to a different cell, a different containment unit, the gift will hatch and her friend will come out. And you don't want her friend coming out. So that's why I kind of have Moro as her designated friend. If I do this, then there should be an ordeal. It's an ordeal of green noon. Process of understanding. Gifts, friends, very... friend in a very similar way to a facehugger, Moro, unfortunately. But as long as you're spending time with her, she won't do that. As long as you only spend time with her. She's very protective of her friends. And yeah, it is very SCP. A lot of them have very specific rules. This place is very funny. I like this place a lot. There's a reason I haven't used it at all during this playthrough yet. Oh, you're in there. And then in the meantime, just bad events like this can happen. And you have to make sure that just less of your employees die. Or at least as few of your employees die as possible, so that you can make it through the day. Right, you do a lot of red damage. Please move. Please move. Somebody is like almost dead here. Also, you get these bullets later. They really help a lot. I have to make sure that everybody's not going to die. Employees dying is bad for the bottom line. Technically, not. Technically not, depending, especially on the, depending on the abnormality, like Spider-Bud. Like if Spider-Bud ends up webbing somebody up in their webs, Spider-Bud does produce more boxes. That employee may be dead, but what really matters is you hitting quota. And also what matters is making sure that as few of my employees die as possible. Especially the ones that I've been giving a lot of resources to. Okay, perfect. Nobody died. We can make it through. Give it up for day 24. Singing machine, silent orchestra. I hate you. From Break and Ruin, the most beautiful performance begins. And then there's also the singing machine. You know what? I hate silent orchestra, but I'll take it. Luminous bracelet, notes from a crazy researcher, giant tree sap. I'll take notes from a crazy researcher. Did you know there's a cactus on your chaotic mess of a desk? It seems that an employee who wanted to become intimate with you put it there. If I were to give my personal input, I don't like cacti much. There could be various reasons for one to grow a plant. However, its vicious thorns are not something worth enduring like those of a rose, as it's not pleasing to the sight, nor does it produce valuable sap like a maple tree. I've also never seen one grow a flower bud. Theoretically, it would bloom in the right environment. That possibility is something I've never witnessed, as it may be that all cacti I have known spread their roots into barren soil. Do you believe the cactus will bear a flower? It might. You talk as if you've seen it for yourself. Well, if you're so certain about it, then keep it. This place doesn't even have sunlight, but who am I to stop you? Very curt. So I might have been very stupid. Because I hate the silent orchestra, and there's a reason I hate the silent orchestra. Because that is the first Aleph in this run. Yay! Oh, also, I probably shouldn't be doing this since, like, it's so... Because I just got... Because I just got a really dangerous abno, but we'll make it work. Also make sure you have... You're gonna need it. I'll even give you good gear. Because I don't want something bad to happen. Supplement. I want you to have like a little bit of range. She hits me. Yeah. Hope that can stay through today. Let me... Oh, this is gonna be fine, I hope. So. This is an Aleph. I hate this guy. He's annoying. That's cost 200? So, when the work result was good, the glyphosate counter lowered. When the work result was bad, the glyphosate counter lowered. So basically, he wants you to consistently get normal, like normal responses. Not too high, not too low. But his stat spread sucks. Instinct work is very low, insight is very low to kind of low, then attachment work is very low to common, then repression is very low to low. But that kind of works out, because you don't want stats that are super high anyway. You would want it generally around the common spot. Because I've been a good manager, nothing bad has been really happening. But I want to show you what can go wrong. Because this is an Aleph, which means that it's... I should have used this to kind of explain. Where is it? That's emergency levels. We don't need to worry about that. Possible emergencies. That's about abnormalities. There was... This teaches you about that. Suppressing abnormalities, emergency levels. Risk levels. Very helpful. So, a Zion. With little to no aggression, Zion abnormalities will cause the least harm to your agents. Their damage tends to be minuscule, and they may have a positive effect on the employees. Teth. These abnormalities can inflict varying degrees of injury to your employees. However, as long as your employees follow the proper managerial guidelines, they will not cause much damage. So even on Zion, this person has a bunch of cuts. Not dead, but hurting. Teth, some degree of injury. This person is broken in half. This one has lost its head. HE, abnormalities of this class can easily kill a number of employees. You will have to pay twice as much attention as you did for Zion or Teth. If the situation goes wrong, several employees could be lost in bloodshed. There's no need to be concerned, though. With your excellent management, they will be in control. So multiple people dead. Welcome, Kay. Wah. These are high risk and carry devastating force. Most will be hostile towards employees, and a death cult could reach into dozens. So that's dozens of dead bodies. An Aleph, the most dangerous. You should devote as much concentration and attention as possible to this risk level. You'll be thankful if the abnormality is suppressed without ravaging entire departments. Please do not take our warning as an exaggeration. Mountains upon mountains upon mountains of corpses. And that's what this thing is. Because on top of this, one thing that I did not also mention is that these various levels take psychological damage off, will deal psychological damage to the employees. Thank you for the posture. Thank you, they're normal. Typically, Zion, anybody could walk in, look at it, and be fine. Teth, like, they might get a little bit scared. Been sent to my death, from what I'm gathering. I could send somebody else. The problem is that if I send somebody else, they have a higher chance of not doing good. But it's fine because I can reset the day, so we can worry about that later. It'll be fine. It'll be fine, Muro. If something bad happens here, everybody's gonna end up dying. You know what? You know what? Muro, you're gonna be my backup plan. Actually, I can do this. Ashley, you've been a valiant soldier. Muro is going to chill out here. What do you mean Mason doesn't look so good? Oh. Oh, they went insane. Who does white damage here? Do I have nobody in the department who does white damage? You'll be fine. Give me one sec. Solemn lament. You two. Hi, honey. There you go. I'm perfectly adapted. So yeah, Mason lost their sanity. And we're working hard to bring them back under control. There we go, they're fine. So that was a bad result. That's a 1. I'm gonna make sure Ashley winds this first. This is why backward clock is one of the best things. It is easily the best, like, abnormality in the game to help you. This thing has saved me on so many occasions. So now it's prepped and ready. So Ashley's gonna sit here. Moro's going to sit here. And we're gonna see what happens when we get another bad result. Delaney, it was a pleasure knowing you. So, bad and 2 good results cause the Silent Orchestra's Clive counter to go down. On top of this, every bad box deals white damage to your employee. At least for Silent Orchestra. Because it does white damage, which means that it does sanity damage. And if your employee loses sanity before they finish their work, that's automatically a bad result. We'll sink in with terrors devoured by madness. You're not going anywhere. Delaney dying is not going to matter right now. What does matter is that A-lift just escaped. So it is currently in the middle. Everybody needs to detain it now. I don't think I've recaptured Silent Orchestra yet. Because during the different movements, it's invulnerable to different amounts of damage. And the entire time, it is casting music. And also, a bunch of them... I heard something that I don't like. A bunch of employees are also just losing their minds. Also, Punishing Bird just got out. But that's fine. One could say to Silent Orchestra, Bittersweet Symphony. It's a... Oh, they're fighting each other. Big Bird got out. That's not good. Punishing Bird is roaming. So, all of those employees are insane. They've lost their sanity. I'm gonna put Moro in here now so that she survives. Movement 4. The red shoes remembered. When did the red shoes? Oh, hi, Big Bird. Oh. So, Fragmented Universe is also getting out. Cool. Abnormalities are the true essence of humans. Let us reach them and find redemption. Yeah, some of them who also lose sanity will try to break abnormalities out. As long as the Apocalypse is in here, we're good. Debatable. One also important thing to note, this shelter, very nice. Uh, I forgot that the music also blocks it. Long and short of it, this shelter is the safest place in the base. But it does that in a very funny way. Oh, that's bad. Oh, Big Will Be Bad Wolf is gone. And also Funeral of Dead Butterflies. People Day is also out. Look at him. So. Also, Dave Freischatz just fired a bullet. So, multiple important things just happened. One, that is what happened. One, nearly everyone in my facility went insane because Silent Orchestra got out. And because of that, other people started breaking out other abnormalities, like People Day, and Fragment of the Universe, and then Punishing Bird also got mad, and then Funeral of Dead Butterflies got mad. And then the Big Bad Wolf got mad. Somehow All Round Helper doesn't mind. That's Peepody. Why are you turning away from me, puppy? I also don't know why it has a tribal tattoo. So, one very funny thing about this shelter. Any subject who enters the shelter from the 27th of March will be immune to all forms of damage. Furthermore, the subject's HP and SP will slowly recover starting the moment they enter the shelter on the 27th of March. If a subject enters the shelter from the 27th of March while being pursued by a hostile entity, the subject will become undetectable to pursuer. If any suspect remains inside shelter from the 27th of March for more than 30 seconds, the Clifot counter of a randomly chosen abnormality currently contained in the facility will fall to 0. Such phenomenon will repeatedly occur to all containment units until the subject exits shelter from the 27th of March. So, the way that this shelter actually works is that it's not necessarily the safest place in any location, but it will make itself the most safe location. Thanks to the shelter, the selected refugees were safely shielded from the ocean of endless screams and bloodshed. However, the shelter, while perfectly safe on the inside, alters the reality of the outside to be even more hopeless. It literally makes itself into the safest place on Earth. Which is why, if this keeps going, and Moro stays in there, more of these Clawfat counters will hit 0, and then more will just kind of go out and do whatever they want. But basically, let me check. Everyone at the first floor is dead. Everyone on the second floor is dead. Everyone in this department is dead. Everyone in this department is dead. Everyone but Moro is dead in this department. Everyone but Ashley is dead in this department. So, Ashley is about to be a hero. Moro also needs to get out of there. Please. You can stay in there for actually a little bit longer. Okay, no, you're good. So that's why this backward clock is really nice. The backward clock is basically a 1-day reset. Slight downside. So, the way that the backward clock works, you get it once per day. You need to have a unit who is level 5. But that unit can wind the clock 4 times. Once wound, the next time that it uses it, a level 5 unit will be sacrificed, but the backward clock will send everything back. Oh my god, to a previously safe point in the day. This is a problem though. That's why Big N will be Bad Wolf is back in there, that's why Big Bird's back in there. Everything else got reset. I think Moro left the shelter slightly too late though. Because 1.76 megahertz, it's loose. And because it's not like a normal direct abnormality, it spreads around, and the locations that it goes to, anyone who just walks in those places will have their sanity reduced. And that spreads. Big Bird has escaped. I'm not worrying about that. And so Moro's the only one still alive. In the middle of an entire facility. I'll top it real quick. Does your model wear gloves? Yes, I do. I do have gloves. Are you really drawing that picture? You can find my ref in the maybe. You can find the ref in the Banii image channel in the Discord. Why is Big Bird here? Either way, basically, this is non-recoverable. The only living employee right now is Moro. But I can show you what the rabbits do. Because the rabbits are cool. I like them. They graze. Hippity hop, it's time for the rabbits to graze some fresh grass. Rabbits from ArtCorp. They will warp into any place that you request of them, and they will deal with any abnormality that is in that vicinity. And they're highly effective at their job. The same shit, different day. Yeah, Moro's alive. I hate the buzzing. I hate... Here, where's the thing? This abnormality is a optimistic nihilism for the win. This... That's how you survive, by being in the safest place in the world. This abnormality is a phenomenon with no visible form. It was discovered when employees began to exhibit shared symptoms when entering a specific area of the facility. They all suffered hallucinations of a specific nature, and their mental corruption increased. After setting a radio's frequency to 1.76 megahertz, we waited. Following 12 minutes, a mysterious voice was heard through static. It was difficult to make out what it was saying, but it appeared to be in distress and was asking for help. 17 minutes in, the voice stopped and 3 loud explosions were heard, which were then followed by 2 smaller explosions. It can be assumed that the situation the voice was in was chaotic, and based on various levels of screaming that could be heard. 23 minutes in, all was silent. Once 25 minutes passed, the radio began to emit smoke. We thought the machine had fried, but no fault could be found. Continuing past 30 minutes, everyone in the area was suddenly filled with rage and started to exhibit the desire to assault one another with extreme aggression. Following the incident, all employees who took part refused to seek counseling. We couldn't make it mandatory as no one was injured. It is still unknown what caused this collective rage. Afterwards, unknown noises and hallucinations start to occur near the containment unit. This is a recording of the day we must never forget. It brings us to a chaotic place, forgotten by many, that must never be forgotten. Probably die playing Gotcha. Only possibly. But thankfully, regardless, you can always retry today. You can retry your day. However, there are some stipulations and certain things that will not cross over and will not retain. But that's more so based on the certain upgrades that you have. I've somehow played for 6 hours and haven't gotten to welfare or disciplinary. Like, I like this game. I like it a lot. But this is a suffering simulator. Especially your first time through. Cause hey, I'm so upset I didn't even see anything of Queen of Hatred. Love her. Lady facing the wall. Like, there's a hate you. Open can of well cheers. There's so many cool. I hate this one. I hate you, Borrowing Heaven. The Night of Despair. I hate Naked Nest. La Tisha. The King of Greed. Express Train to Hell. This one I really like, but you have to get it later. There's no way that that's something you can get early. Mountain of Smiling Bodies. There's the Firebird. I almost forgot about this one. I like hardly ever see it. Blue Star, my beloved. Pianto de la Luna. Clouded Monk. Melting Love. I'm honestly glad I didn't see anything in Melting Love. And then there's 3 different endings of horrible things that happen. And there's a mystery that starts becoming more and more unveiled as you get further and further in these days. What was it, 37? Yeah, that's a different one than I'm thinking of. On top of all the little events with the Sephiriah. I'm trying to remember if Gebra's was... I'm trying to remember if the one that I liked most from Gebra was 3. No, because it's talking to Cheshad. It might be 4. Because there's one between her and Mia that I really like. Also, I love Cheshad. I didn't like him in this game. I liked him a lot more in Runa. After he was in charge of the Thurs sociology. But that's for my own bias. And also maybe I understand him a little bit more now that I also drink coffee more often. Gebra will be back soon. Manager, if it's alright with you, could you pass my words along? Gebra, she's strangely obsessed with suppression when you say. That is also a note. As you go through these in the base game, the Sephiriah will ask you to do specific things. Some will ask you, hey, have an employee work this many times, have an employee at the end of the day with this amount of stats, or they'll ask you to do specific actions. For Gebra, in disciplinary, she wants you to suppress a bunch of abnormalities. Huh. Wouldn't suppressing them mean that the abnormalities break out? And you'd be right. Which means that you have to purposely allow dangerous abnormalities into your facility, on top of also doing things that cause them to break out, so that you can suppress them, so that you can continue on with her quest line. Because you need to clear all of their quest lines in order to actually complete the story. Which is very funny, because this is not the type of game that you would think that has boss fights. And There's 3 that I'm thinking of that are very, very funny. That also took me a couple of days to deal with. And that's not even factoring in the super bosses that the game actually has. And that's before worrying about the final 5 days. Everything that I showed during this stream can effectively and affectionately, I was gonna say Renab, no, I do not. Carmen can stay down there. Carmen can stay down there. There are a lot. Everything that I've gone through, everything that I've done, I'd say roughly up to about day 30, I'd say that is vaguely the tutorial. Upper floor is you kind of understanding how things work, you're getting used to it. You're getting stronger. You're learning the ropes. Then you deal with your first Aleph. Then you learn that it's an Aleph. And then you learn through trial and error just what a bunch of these abnormalities are, what they do, what they don't like, while also meeting the demands of your very, very needy Sephiriah, who might not always have your best interests at heart, but they try. Any casualty to employees during the suppression process, she entirely disregards it. Lady Angela is perfectly aware, but she conveniently turns a blind eye to it. Gabra's great at handling the abnormalities when they breach. It's as if she was born for this job. So I suppose a few extra dead employees is considered a reasonable trade-off. He's the head of the welfare department, by the way. Making sure that people are safe and staying alive. But you see, as a manager, you should know that massacring abnormalities is not our only priority. Well, I don't know if Gebra will listen to you, but I'd really appreciate it if you could give it a go. It's close enough to the end of the stream, I can say it. I would let Gebra do horrible things to me. Both as the Red Mist and as who she is. She is neat. And I think only seeing her as Kali has also helped that. Wow, I really do have a type. The very, very stern, prideful redhead. Jeez. It really can't be that simple. It might be. Basically, I'm blaming Oscar on all of this again. It's so funny thinking that I liked her so much as this, and then I saw her in Ruina, and then that got worse. But then I also like this version of her just because she's way more unhinged. I think she's neat. I saw Chester leaving. What nonsense did he ramble on about this time? Be honest with me. I can see everything. Let me warn you. Don't act as if you know everything. I've been here for a long time. I've seen much more than you have. Who also degrades you? She is... She's just very serious about her job. It's a part of her job description. It's very defined taste. If it's wrong to like a strong, tall, angry woman with scars who also has killer hips for some reason, then I don't want to be right. I don't want to be right, and I'd let her do horrible things to me. Surely there's something innocent about that, about true desire, about love. Ooh. Yeah, I remember all that stuff. Don't ever patronize me again. I think it was, yeah, Forrest her talking with Mia. Listen, I know Lobotomy Corporation is an important client and all, but don't you guys renew the contract too often? This place is so grimy, it's like a dungeon. I always get a bad vibe. Please hold for a moment, Rabbit Captain. We need to explain what we're doing here to the manager. Oh, he still doesn't know who I am. Go on and explain it quickly then. This must be the first time you'll participate in a meeting with an outside party manager. As was mentioned a few times prior, our company has initiated contracts with some of the other wings for suitable development and business opportunities. Yeah, like T Corp and R Corp. I wonder why. It is also my job to renew those contracts with our associate wings when the moment arises. All that is needed from you is to be our token manager and present yourself in that role. I shall handle the rest of the formalities and procedures. Associate wing. What's with that boring introduction? You may feel free to provide more detailed information at a later time in private, Meow. For now, let us start the meeting. Speaking of, would you be so kind as to remove your helmet, at least for the duration of the meeting? You're kidding, the helmet is the whole identity of the rabbits. Well, fine, it's whatever. I really do have a type. Art style is growing on me, it's pretty cute. It's really, because Lobotomy Corp is still the only one that looks like this, because the style changes dramatically with Ruina. But I don't know, something about the style specifically from Lob Corp is so very unique. Pastel, but I'm gonna go back. Get the rest that you deserve, Maya. It's a pleasure to have you here. And again, thank you extremely. I don't even know like the right words of putting it like softly, but thank you incredibly for the gift subs. You really didn't need to do that. And thank you for stopping by, truly. Again, I will also post a link to the Discord. Yeah, like I don't have any like other I don't want to say niceties because that would come off as mean. No, I don't know what else really to say. Rest well. You truly need it. You truly deserve it. Well, fine. It's whatever. I just gotta brief the content. of the contract from my end, right? I mean, I'm sick of reading this out over and over. You can just look at the contract for the whole damn thing. Do I really have to say it one more time? As I informed you prior, it's part of the formal procedure. I myself have to specify whether or not you agree to the terms again. Still as strict as ever, aren't you? Basically, Gebra's kind of bad though. She is. But then also Myo is like equally as aggressive, just in a very hyper-violent way. I like her. I like the two of them a lot. I think they're neat. I'm trying to hold together whatever little bits of innocence I have. I think they're cool. I think they're really cool. But yeah, rabbits use Warp Corp's technology to help, W Corp's technology to help teleport them here when we need help with abnormalities. They only request a little bit of her PE boxes. I like her. I like her. I like her a lot. I like how she's a lot more unhinged in Ruina too. I really like very murderous women. Surely that doesn't say anything about me. Why are little bunnies being let out of their cage and dispatched here of all places? And it's really not new a thing if you're looking down to the rabbits. It's already been concluded that the rabbits are the most fit for the honorable task of slaughtering in this place. Do you like Esta? That name sounds... Hang on. Let me BRB. Because ads started, but I will look. I want to look. Because that name sounds too familiar. Chill breaks my heart, poor Moro. But thankfully I'm gonna end stream relatively soon. There's just like a very specific line that I want to find from like their conversation. Please stretch and get water. I am getting I have something to drink. I have something to drink. I am fine. Ah, a comic, a kill. Free to elevator music. Wait, what do you mean you're free? On hold music? It can't just sound like elevator. I'm here. You're fine. Going purely by visuals, Estheth would be yes. That is my answer to that statement. Yes for an Estheth. Be right back in a second. Okay, I'm alive. I love your emotes so much. You're so cute, Moro. Okay. I love your emotes. They're so cute. No, you. The rhinos would most certainly smash this entire place beyond recognition. And the reindeer, with the exception of the machines that work here, would cause irreversible damage to Mr. Manager over there. Miss Angela made it explicitly clear to not hurt or affect the manager. We always pay special attention to our clients' requests. I'm not talking about your damn rhinos or deer. I'm saying that we can handle our own problems. We don't need any outsiders to interfere. What's that? What can you do with that flimsy tin body of yours, huh? You seem much weaker than us now. Can't you see that? If you were like how you once were back in the day, then maybe it'd be a different story. But look at you now. As soon as you set foot into the back streets, you'll be torn limb from limb by those sweepers. The old days when you shredded everything before you into a red mist is now lost to the past. Things have changed. You should realize that. If I wanted to, I could tear up a tiny rabbit like you in seconds. Girls, please. Please, this is a meeting. Gebra, our agreement with the rabbit team is to help us be prepared for the worst case scenario that will be beyond our own abilities. I'm certain that you have learned this from your experiences with previous suppressions. The combat skills of the mercenaries sent to us by Company R are on par with those of other wings. We can handle our problems on our own perfectly fine. I can prove it right here, right now if you want. I have compiled the statistics. The amount of data is too fast for any person to calculate, with my exception, of course. It's really nice meeting you all. Nighty night, and have a good day. I want to say that before you end the stream. Aw, thank you. And also, it was a pleasure meeting you too. I hope that you rest well. Gebra is the one in charge of the basic suppression process. So if you need any advice or help regarding combat, just ask her. I'm afraid I don't have a single itty-bitty question for you. We rabbits have our own way of handling things. Nor do I have anything left to say to you, you filthy animals. You've done your business. How about you just bunny hop away now? Sheesh. You're being so harsh to a fellow native of the back streets. You wouldn't happen to be mad at me because I made fun of you earlier, are you? Maybe I like her a lot. Gebra is very much a defender. She does do her best to save lives. Don't act like you know me. I'm not in the mood for your stupid game, so just shut up. I get it now. You're mad because you feel we interrupt your fight, aren't you? Yeah, I don't need any help from the likes of you. Well, it's not like we're here for a greater cause or some ulterior motive. We just drop by quickly when we're called and vanish without a trace, just the same when it's time. I thought you were just like me, finding joy in the slaughter. But as it turns out, you're just crazy. A complete wacko. We are the rabbits who hop around following orders to find fresh patches of grass. But you're different. You used to know who you were supposed to fight, who your enemy was. You wouldn't believe how shocked I was to find you. I never expected to see the fabled hero like, well, this. And in a drab basement too. The hero I remember was someone who wasn't afraid of shedding blood to protect others with all her might. Please don't taint the fond memories I have of you. She even looks good in this style as Kali too. Please take good care of Isabella and my little Gilly when I'm gone. Excuse me, Lady Angela, what should I do with these? There's a blanket and a few feeding bottles left. I've gotten all the results I need from this experiment. The owners are no more, so you can simply discard them. Hey, did you just shut down or what? I really should be going. Well, I don't think next time we meet we'll be on such calm waters. The rabbits will leave now. I'm definitely not the hero. Never have been, and never will be. That line is what got me to fall in love with Geborah. I love her immensely. A very normal amount. I think she's really cool. I also think Bina is cool in her own very drab way. Looking at the headstones in this place, are you? I'll also probably read this and then right there with you. Like, to me, they're the most easily interesting. I love Hod. I would die for her. I want to hold that poor girl and make sure that she can smile. But sometimes being held by Geborah also might not be that bad either. But also Mio might not be too bad either. But the appeal of Bina is a very different branch. It is only natural to find them a spectacle to see. There used to be times where I spent the whole day reading all the meaningless letters written there. These are also coffins, their death itself, and they represent the possibilities birth can bring at the same time. I have been guarding their coffins for countless years, carrying out consecrations for those who do not even have the privileges to depart for an afterlife. That is one of the few things I do here. You see, if one spends a long enough time in this graveyard, they can hear the whispers of the dead. The sound of their words is black as pitch. It makes me feel as if I were being filled with nebulous, murky water. You must be starting to get bored, seeing that your eyes are drifting about this place. It isn't often that I have guests here, and I'd feel bad to only show you these gravestones. Forgot about this one. Did you call for me, Lady Bina? This employee once had his boundary collapse. What's your name? It's Nathan. This man had the task of extracting ego. During extraction, he carelessly peeked into the well, but by the luck, he survived. To minimize the price he had to pay for looking into the well, he was given a maximum dose of enclofen, and so he could barely return to work. However, once one looks through the crack of the boundary, they can never return to the world that they belonged to before. Want to see something interesting? His boundary collapsed. Nathan, can you describe what you saw to the manager? The scenery you witnessed with your own eyes, but had to forget at all costs. From within the tombstones, inside them are those who sleep are sunken deep. Those who are dreaming good dreams. At the same time, we call them the well in the speech of this place. We have to dredge them up and inject them with cogito. Now remember, afterwards, what did you see? The man, he, that thing. Continue. The man, he, him, he, in the well. He passed out. Poor thing. Why did he pass out? These children cannot disobey me. Even though he wasn't able to complete a sentence, the way he kept trying to speak until he passed out should show you he pushed himself to the limit to obey me. I have seen what that poor sap saw hundreds, no, thousands of times, maybe more. How are you still fine? So you ask why I can retain enough sanity to have a friendly little conversation with you until now. It is thanks to my mechanical body that I can just barely grasp onto my mind. Yes, the strong, unbending back of mine. However, did you forget that I originated from a human mind as well? If there is at least one thing that can be considered fortunate, it is that if I ever were to finally lose my sanity and run amok through the facility, attempting to bring this entire place down along with you, she will be there to shut me off once more. But if that day truly were to come, I prefer that you terminate me with your own hands rather than her. It's the least you could do for a person as confined as I. She is an endlessly entertaining character to talk to. Even for the very few snippets that we do get with her, both in this game and in Ruina. This game is so special as my little suffering simulator. I am avoiding going to some of the later ones because those ones have a lot more spoilery. They have a lot more story stuff that happens. That's one thing that I do really, really, really like about this game. Is that even despite having played Library of Ruina, even despite being so deep of being up to date with everything of Lobotomy Corp, it doesn't feel like a waste of time to ever play. Like, there's value in going back to Lobotomy Corporation, because you get a lot more information about very key important characters, about a bunch of the Sephiria, about just the abnormalities themselves. It is always valuable to go back and to come back to this point and just to experience the game for yourself. That's partially why I don't want to spoiler. That's why I don't want to spoil all too much, because no, it's fun. It's really fun, and not fun. Subjective. Fun is subjective. It's fun in a very subjective way. Um, but like, why not? Why not if you're interested in the story and all this other stuff? Gotta sleep now. Have a good night, my dear. Hope the rest of your stream goes nice. I'm going to also rest in a sec. Um, I'm going to wrap up stream in a sec. But yes, thank you for stopping by, Moro. It's always a pleasure. Um, but yeah, no, it was always a pleasure. It is always a pleasure to play this game. As much as it might be suffering, and as much as I've lost days to this game, no, it is a ride. It is a very fun ride. Um, Speaking of fun rides, I see somebody who is playing Tribe 9, uh, which is also very helpful for me because it reminds me that I have still a good amount of days to uh, play it before the game goes fully up. But regardless, I'm going to raid into them because unfortunately the atelier is closing and you do not need to go home, but you can't stay here. But I can at least leave you in good hands. Cause yeah, no, this was fun. This was fun to kind of go back through. I forgot how slow the first few days can kind of be. But at the same time, like a full run's so long. A full run is genuinely so long. It's also really scary. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for coming. And also thank you for rating too. Thank you, Gabe. No, this stream has just been so chock full of people being very, very kind and giving. But yeah, I'm gonna end up wrapping it for tonight. Thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your morning, noon, or night, no matter when you're watching this. Feel free to join the Discord. That way to stay up to date for fight nights, for whenever I'm going live, or last minute adjustments. And we also do polls for people for stream games. Regardless, thank you. Bye. I'm usually so much better at that.